2015 in Kiev. Her current research project at the University of Exeter concerns the social ethos of Eastern Christian icons, specifically modern icons and icon-like images that appear during wartime in Ukraine. Welcome, Dr. Lozova. Please give us your presentation.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I'm not physically with you, but I'm glad I'm still with you and from Volos. My current presentation is not on icons. It is on the individual and community in the document For the Life of the World, which has been mentioned a few times at this conference already. I abbreviate For the Life of the World as FLOW, F-L-O-W. So when I say FLOW, it means For the Life of the World, and its contribution to the democratic process in Ukraine. My presentation will consist of two parts. In the first part, I will briefly consider some key aspects of the methodological approach of FLOW to person, individual, and community. And in the second part, I will discuss the relevance of this ethos to Ukraine and the Ukrainian Orthodoxy. So part one. The key methodological principle of FLOW is the centrality of the human person for the social doctrine of the Church. This is revealed already in the first sentence of the first paragraph, which, unlike many church documents, starts with the human person and not with God. Quote, the Orthodox Church understands the human person as having been created in the image and likeness of God. The human person, again, quote, is understood as made for free and conscious communion and union with God in Jesus Christ, inasmuch as we are formed in, through, and for him. In and through communion with God as Trinity, human beings are also called into loving communion with their neighbors and the whole cosmos. The first paragraphs of FLOW provide the key to the whole concept of the Orthodox social mission offered in later chapters. This mission lies in the facilitation of the fulfillment of the human person in communion with God and, through and in him, in communion with others in the society and in the whole creation. Methodologically, this is based on the tradition of Orthodox personalism and the theology of communion, which was mainly developed by Metropolitan John Zizioulas and supported by Patriarch Bartholomew, who commissioned the document. In the social dimension, the document implies that communities are formed by human persons and form a natural environment, or Lebenswelt, necessary for the development of each person. The centrality of the human person as the main methodological principle of FLOW starkly differentiates it from the basis of the social concept of the Russian Orthodox Church of 2000. That doctrine, already mentioned by Regina, is structured around Christian values and a religious worldview, which are considered more reliable for the Church's social teaching than the human person due to human sinfulness. This is clearly stated in the basis last paragraph, quote, the Church cannot favor a world order that puts in the center of everything the human person darkened by sin. This is why the Church seeks to assert Christian values in the process of decision-making on the most important public issues. The Church strives for the recognition of the legality of the religious worldview as a basis for socially significant action. In FLOW, however, human sinfulness does not become an obstacle for a social vision formed around the human person in communion with God. Paragraph 3. The immensity and particularity of God's love for each of us and for all of creation surpasses human understanding. It is imparted to us with an absolute generosity by a God mindful not of our sins, but of his own will that none should perish, but rather that all should be saved and come to know the truth. The centrality of God's love to and communion with every person calls us to an even greater, to ever greater communion with one another. Our spiritual lives, quote, therefore, cannot fail also to be social lives. Our piety cannot fail also to be an ethos, paragraph 3. Theosis and ascesis in FLOW are considered not only as a private, personal, but as a corporate destiny, which becomes the main justification for the validity of the Orthodox social ethos as such. The labor of transfiguring the world is described, quote, as the corporate effort of a single body whose many members sustain and support one another in a life of shared love and service, which has its source in the Eucharist. The closest ideal of such a body is found in the Apostolic Church as the purest, I quote, expression of Christian charity as a social logic and communal practice which judges all human political and social arrangements in light of that divinely ordained model, paragraph 6. From their existence in such a community, such as Apostolic Church, the individual is supposed to receive not an awareness of duties or a social role, but a personal experience and a certain ethos, which is different from ethics dictated by social shame and morality. The ethos is a set of models, patterns, which, being rooted in God's love for each person, are adopted intuitively, freely, without coercion. The document, however, doesn't simply offer a communal utopia for people living in the real world, but attempts to be realistic. The first aspect of this realism concerns the recognition of the fact that the Church and the world are not opposed to each other, unlike in the Russian Orthodox Church social document. Rather, the community of the Church is understood as a part of the wider community of human beings. This is connected with the recognition in flow of the fact that the deepest moral commandments, I quote, of God's law are inscribed upon every human heart and speak to all people through their conscience, and not only to Orthodox people or Christian people. Thus, the Christian experience in flow enhances the human experience, but does not contradict or abolish it. The second aspect of the document's realism concerns the relation between the eschatological ideal of the Christian community and the political organization of the society in which the Church dwells. Here, flow finds itself in line with the Christian realism of Niebuhr. All forms of state structures are considered far from the gospel ideal, but this fact does not prevent us from distinguishing relative evil from absolute evil. On that basis, flow condemns totalitarianism and gives preference to democracy. The criterion is, again, the respect to the dignity of the human person that this or that political community can guarantee. It is important to say that in flow, social ideals are not imposed but offered as a certain possibility that can become a reality. In the last paragraph of the document, we read that the Commission, which created the document, I quote, humbly offers this document to all who are disposed to listen to its counsels, and especially encourages all the Orthodox faithful, clergy and laity, women and men, to engage in prayerful discussion of the document. The assumption here is that the social doctrine should be formed and promoted quite freely from within the subject, who is invited to reflect in dialogue with the Church on a wide range of topical issues. Although flow is similar to the Catholic compendium of social teaching in its general architectonics, unlike in the Catholic Church, which in its social doctrine offers a set of meta-values, the common good, justice, solidarity, subsidiarity, dignity of the person, love, and truth, in flow, there is only one meta-value, the absolute dignity of the human person, from which all other documents' ideas become deduced. It's not accidental, therefore, that in flow the authors are mentioned in the preface personally by their names. In the end, it is not possible to put the human person in the center and remain impersonal. Again, the Russian social doctrine is impersonal. The simplicity of the method, based solely on the meta-value of the human person and human dignity, is striking. When I was reading the document for the first time, and I translated the document into Ukrainian and into Russian, the aspect that touched my heart most was that every page in between the lines was telling me that I, as a person, am more precious in the eyes of God and the Church than systems, values, rules, worldviews, and that God is always for me and never against me. I never read church documents that would say it so boldly, passionately, and decisively before. The meta-value of the human person is not stated here on a theoretical, theological, mystical level, but is revealed in view of concrete situations that concrete individuals may experience in human society. This especially concerns protecting the dignity of the most vulnerable in the society. Children who may experience abuse, women, families going through difficult life circumstances, including divorce, divorced clergy, single people, anyone discriminated because of their sexual orientation, people suffering from physical and mental illnesses and emotional disorders, including those who may commit suicide, those experiencing poverty, slavery, injustice at work, those suffering from all kinds of physical, economic, psychological violence, and war, among other evils. The document Stand on the Human Rights comes from the same humanistic assumption. The language of the human rights, I quote, may not say all that can and should be said about the profound dignity and glory of creatures fashioned after the image and likeness of God, but used properly allows to protect the human person from injustice better than anything else humankind has invented so far. So respect for human rights in flow is understood as a form of a communal ascesis, which is a step to the desired communal theosis. Part 2. According to sociological surveys, about 70% of Ukrainians consider themselves Orthodox. Whatever the genuine quality of their church belonging, it means that their Orthodox identity influences their mentality. Thus, the kind of the social ethos that this identity implies matters for the quality of their social engagement. At the beginning of the 21st century, Orthodox social doctrine became an arena of fundamental debate. Fundamentalists are looking for opportunities to legitimize the dependence of the individual on the state and communities. Meanwhile, supporters of dialogical orthodoxy, I would say, value individual freedom above all else and develop a social theory as a continuation of Orthodox personalism. What is the position of the Ukrainian Orthodoxy in this debate? Currently, there is no up-to-date social doctrine in Ukrainian Orthodoxy, either in the Autocephalous Orthodox Church of Ukraine, the OCU, or in the Ukrainian Orthodox Church in unity or in association, or formally in association, difficult question, with the Moscow Patriarchate. In the OCU, the Autocephalous Church, a document on social teaching has not yet been formulated. Meanwhile, the official social doctrine of the UOC, Moscow Patriarchate, is just the translation of the Russian social concept of 2000 into Ukrainian with the omission of the most notorious parts. The social doctrine of the former Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Kiev Patriarchate, which now constitutes the majority in the nowadays Orthodox Church of Ukraine, although it was more civil society oriented than the Moscow Patriarchate doctrine, methodologically still resembled the social doctrine of the Russian Orthodox Church. Its intuitions on the human person, dignity, freedom, rights, and the contemporary world were quite similar. European civilization, I quote from there, that has rejected God and placed man with his sinfulness at the center, is opposed to us, I quote, Christians who rely on God. However, without the mental shift towards the centrality of the human person, there is little chance for socially responsible behavior of individuals and a genuine change and sympathy to democracy in Ukrainian Orthodoxy. The good news is, however, that this shift has been already taking place, even though it is not always easy to notice, especially from abroad. Now I turn to my presentation, some slides, just pictures. Do you see? Oh,
yes.
Yes. Okay. So at the very beginning of the OCU, in February 2019, a group of Orthodox believers drafted a document entitled 10 Theses for the OCU, which was written in the spirit of flow, although flow had not been published yet at that time. Later, a community was formed around this 10 Theses, which has been alive ever since. In this declaration, a group of lay people from both former UOC MP and UOC of Kiev Patriarchate, including scholars and theologians, along with some clergy, appealed to the hierarchs, proposing to the OCU a number of steps to make the new church qualitatively different from the churches it was formed of. The very first thesis suggested there was, I quote, true conciliarity inseparable from the respect of the dignity of each member of the church. Relations among bishops, clergy, and the laity are hierarchical, I quote again, following a rigid imperial paradigm. Changes are urgently needed for all members of the body of Christ to be valued and given responsibility, assuming diverse roles but equal dignity. Other theses of 10 theses included strengthened Christocentrism and restoration of the biblical consciousness of the church as opposed to ritualism and exaggerated ethnographic and cultural component, renunciation of any symphony of church and state of the Byzantine or Western type, rethinking the role of bishops as loving pastors who stay in the midst of the church people and ensure their unity, among other principles. The initiators of the appeal received a letter of approval from Patriarch Bartholomew, and there was also a meeting with Metropolitan Epiphany who supported the initiative. This is a picture from that meeting. When Flow was published a year later, the demand for it in the most conscious part of the Ukrainian Orthodoxy was quite high. As a new local church was born, a declaration of the mother church emerged, bearing testimony to the social teaching with which the Orthodox Church was addressing the world. In the summer of 2020, an open discussion of Flow was initiated online by the Open Orthodox University and its director, Father George Kovalenko. The Open Orthodox University was not a university and not a church structure, but something like Volos Academy, a space for seminars, conferences, ecumenical dialogue, and dialogue between the church and society in the premises of the Museum of Saint Sophia Cathedral in Kiev. In 2020-2021, this Open Orthodox University organized a few webinars around Flow, which were attended by a few hundred people. In the summer 2020, the online Ethos School was launched, which received its name from the document. For 2 years, this school, of which I was a co-coordinator, offered informal educational courses on a wide range of topics in Christianity in the spirit of Flow, many of which were centered around the dignity of the human person. Finally, in September 2021, with the blessing of Metropolitan Epiphany, the reception and discussion of Flow began on the level of the OCU under the leadership of Archbishop, now Metropolitan, Fedor or Theodoros of Poltava and Kremenchuk, who will visit Volos Academy on Tuesday. A commission of 30 theologians, clergy, lay people, and civil society members met for 2 days outside Kiev, a meeting which was also attended by some other OCU hierarchs, as you see in the pictures. After that, smaller groups of that bigger group had regular monthly and weekly meetings to discuss each of the document's chapters. As a result, we were going to publish the book entitled For the Life of the World, Social Ethos of Ecumenical Orthodoxy in Dialogue with Ukraine, which would include the text of Flow and the Ukrainian commentary to it prepared by this commission. Besides, we planned to train people to work on the document with small groups in dioceses, in parishes, in youth groups, in monasteries, to make the ideas of the document alive in the life of the church. As a coordinator and direct participant of this work, I hoped that it would become an impetus for the formulation of the social teaching of the OCU, Orthodox Church of Ukraine itself. However, this work was interrupted by the full-scale Russian aggression. Ironically, on the 24th of February, we were supposed to have a meeting, a presentation on the chapter on war, peace, and violence in the document. But this work did bear fruit and will hopefully bear more fruit in the future. We plan to continue it. First, it connected like-minded people in the OCU, including those from the 10 Theses group, who do different kinds of work in the society and in the church now. These people then initiated common projects. For example, in 2023, the same Metropolitan Theodoros of Poltava, who will come to Volos, started a meta-seminarium for 30 participants from his diocese, clergy and lay people from local amalgamated territorial communities. These are few villages joined together as a result of decentralization reform in Ukraine. And this meta-seminarium is structured as monthly whole-day events plus homework for the participants, the aim of which is to strengthen individual and communal awareness and responsibility, both in the church and in local communities. Many of the lecturers are those whom Metropolitan Theodoros met during our work on Flow. The introductory lecture focused on the importance of the key principles of flow for the church. The topics of the meta-seminarium include microgroup team community, the path of the person, the path of the community, a territorial amalgamated community, then the path of the church community, among others. And if this project is successful, it will be used as a model in other dioceses of the OCU. Even though the 10 theses and flow are not official documents of the OCU, the small communities shaped around them do matter. They provide links between the church and the Ukrainian civil society, which strongly values human rights, freedom, and democracy. Since the Revolution of Dignity in 2013-2014, the leadership and a lot of the faithful of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate have put themselves in opposition to the world, to the civil society, as an expression of the secular world. Meanwhile, the OCU positions itself as a church open to the people, a church with the people, as its motto puts it. But what is the Ukrainian society now? Unlike the Russian one, it has matured a lot since 2013. It doesn't put too many hopes on the state, and it fully realizes the importance of the individual and small communities formed by individuals in the public sphere. In the current war, it is the individuals and communities that are shaped around them that play the key part in the Ukrainian resistance. Very often, their actions are simply heroic, since, unlike in case of the West, where flow was produced, those individuals and communities in Ukraine often exist in the situation of highly malfunctioning and corrupt state and the legal field in general. There is a great number of civil initiatives started by responsible individuals in Ukraine that unite people around a common cause, creating networks. They fundraise for the needs of the army and medical care for the wounded, help internally displaced persons, provide psychological support for the victims, or facilitate internal dialogue within the country. This is, of course, not happening smoothly, but it is exactly this that keeps the country going. Members of the Ukrainian Orthodox churches, both of them, initiate and participate in those campaigns, civil society campaigns as well, although one of them, the OCU, is doing it in accord with its explicitly pro-Ukrainian vector, while the other, the UOC, Moscow Patriarchate, seems to promote a double message of being at the same time for Ukraine and not fully apart from Moscow in its statute and in its concrete actions. The emphasis on human sinfulness rather than human dignity, which is so strong in the social doctrine of both Russian Orthodox Church and Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate, often results in members of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, in unity with Moscow, referring to the current war as a punishment for our sins instead of the act of the aggressor. But if you dig deeper, it often turns out that the main sin, which is meant there, is the Maidan protest, the revolution of dignity that provoked Russia. Such double messages that are often heard from the UOC members, not all of them, but quite significant number, cause a lot of aggression directed at the UOC, Moscow Patriarchate, in the Ukrainian society at large. However, again, members of both churches fundraise for the military, the wounded, the displaced, work or volunteer in the homeland defense, and serve in the army. Moreover, inside the UOC, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate, there is a community of priests and laity that is explicitly in disagreement with the leadership. They are gathered around Father Andriy Pinchuk. This group is a striking example of alternative communities within the UOC, structured not from above but from below. Rare for the Orthodox Church as such, this phenomenon is typical for the Ukrainian civil society. Sometimes church and civil society initiatives in Ukraine intersect through concrete individuals. Professor Yuri Chernomorets is a well-known Ukrainian theologian and expert in contemporary Orthodox theology. He was the most knowledgeable and most active member of the Flow group. At the beginning of the invasion, he joined a homeland defense brigade and became a sniper. Soon, however, he switched to fundraising for Ukrainian snipers, as he is sure that the survival of the Ukrainians in the current genocide will unfortunately not take place by a non-violent miracle. This is just one example of the role of a faith-based individual in the civil society of Ukraine. A different example is the Icons on Armor Boxes project by Kiev iconographers Alexander Klemenko and Sofia Atlantova. The couple painted many icons on boards of ammo boxes from the front, which have been exhibited not only in churches, but in galleries and in public spaces in Ukraine, in Europe, and in America. The money from the sales is donated to a mobile volunteer hospital, which since 2014 has helped thousands of injured Ukrainians. An interesting example of a community made of individuals in the Ukrainian church field is a very fragile, UOC-OCU dialogue community formed in July 2022, when its first meeting in the premises of St. Sophia Museum was held. Even though it has not fulfilled initial hopes for dialogue and reconciliation in the Ukrainian Orthodoxy, in March 2023, when the first major outburst of violence broke out around a church building in Western Ukraine between the OC and OCU, this dialogue community, managed to publish a joint statement against violence in the church. The primary drafters of this statement included my colleague, a patristic scholar, Daria Morozova, who was another co-translator of Flow, and myself. And when we were drafting this statement, we were indeed influenced by Flow's call for protection of human person from humiliation and violence independently of their beliefs. I dare to assume that the statement by Metropolitan Epiphany against violence that appeared in a few days after our statement was influenced by this our statement and thus indirectly by Flow as well. The war introduces its own adjustments to the development of both the Ukrainian church and Ukrainian democracy, presenting great dilemmas to the ethos of Flow in view of the national security threatened by Russia. Preference for communion with the other, dialogue, non-violence, all rooted in the understanding of the invaluable dignity of the human person, do not sound quite appropriate when preached to Ukrainians in relation to Russians, as Ukrainians have been experiencing a genocide against themselves for more than a year now. Living abroad, I have fully experienced how the principles of Flow, which feel natural in the Western society in which they were formulated, may be paradoxically used against Ukrainians when Ukrainians are accused of not being dialogical, tolerant, and loving enough towards Russia. Unfortunately, self-defense and the defense of the vulnerable do involve violence aimed at stopping the other from annihilating you. Fortunately, however, the centrality of the human person in this person's concrete circumstances, which is proclaimed in For the Life of the World, means that the principles of dialogue and nonviolence should not be considered apart from the tragic situation that individuals in Ukraine find themselves in. As for the Ukrainian church sphere, an attempt of the state to both protect Ukrainian citizens from Moscow's soft power, Moscow Church, by canceling a church structure, the UOC, which the Ukrainian state is trying to do now, that from the church structure, which is still affiliated and often collaborates with Moscow, and at the same time guarantee the rights of the individual UOC believers to freely be in this particular and no other structure, and those believers meanwhile fully conflate their Christian and jurisdictional identity, feels like an impossible solution. Hence the democratic collapse around the rights of the UOC individual members in this war. However, such dilemmas do not mean that Flow is irrelevant for Ukraine at the moment. Despite huge tensions in the church sphere, people did not turn away from the church. No. This year, so many believers attended Easter services in Ukraine, especially parishes that have recently joined the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, the Autocephalous Church, that it looked like the religious renaissance of 1990s. So many people came. This fact does testify to the support the OCU enjoys from the larger society. But this renaissance will fade quickly, as it did in the 1990s, if the church fails to offer an ethos which would consist not in rules and rituals, but in the deepening of the realization of the infinite value and dignity of each person in communion with God and in the human community. Only such an ethos will be able to bring healing to the society wounded by the war and make a meaningful proposal for the post-war reconstruction in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your inspiring presentation. We take now time for some questions. I think at the moment not more than 3. First, Professor Casanova.
Hi, Lydia. I hope you are doing better. We are sorry you're not with us, but yes, thank you so much. Thank you for your really, really wonderful presentation, both of flow, with this very simple but key hermeneutic for any kind of moral situation. And I think that this is what is really, really important, that precisely by taking it as a key hermeneutic principle that then can be applied to all kinds of moral circumstances as a kind of a guidance. I think this is really the relevance of this. And also for this presentation about the promise really of a Orthodox society that could be informed by these principles and could really, really deepen both its civil society and its democratic structures. Let me go back to this key, because although it is true that the Catholic Church has a much more detailed enumeration of what you call meta-norms, subsidiarity and common good, etc. One has to recognize that at least since Vatican II, the principle of the sacred dignity of the human person has been key for many of the pastoral statements of bishops and any kind of moral issues. If you read the ethic and the American economy, it's not anymore trying to find what will be a Catholic economy, because this was the mirage of the 30s, thinking that the Catholic Church could offer an alternative to either liberalism, communism, or to democracy, but really to understand that the key, not only to individual morality, but to the morality of social institutions, is precisely the key to the human dignity of the dignity of the human person. In this respect, you are right, but I think that here is a point for crucial collaboration, both of the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church.
Yes, yes, sure, I agree. I read the Catholic social teaching, by the way, in Münster last summer, and I was, for the first time in my life, and I was very impressed by what it says, and I agree that there is the key value. It's just that it sounds more, well, complicated, broad, while in flow it's very strikingly straightforward and everything is deduced from it. But I agree that yes, in the Catholic Church it is also in between the lines now everywhere. Thank you.
One more question. If there's actually no more question, thank you very much again, Dr. Lobova, for your presentation and your presence here via Zoom.
Thank you.
Continue with the second speaker. That's Asad Elias Katan. Professor Katan studied theology at the University of Balamand in Lebanon, the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and the University of Erlangen. He earned his doctoral title in theology from the University of Marburg. Since 2005, Professor Katan has been holding the chair of Orthodox Theology at the Center for Religious Studies of the University of Münster. The subject of his today's presentation is the Sultan and the Philosopher, Christians in the Middle East between communitarism and individual freedom. Please.
Thank you very much, Father Dietmar. Let me elaborate, first of all, a little bit on the subject matter of my paper, what the French would call problématique. To speak about Christian communities in the Middle East as if they were essentially different from their non-Christian neighbor communities has recently become very tempting. It comes as no surprise that those who often succumb to this temptation are themselves mainly Middle Eastern Christians. They usually appeal to such a type of discourse with the aim of drawing a sharp sociological borderline between Christians and Muslims, or even a theological borderline between Christianity and Islam, as two religions allegedly exclusive of each other. This temptation is usually expressed by means of two patterns of thought, which we may call communitarian. First, by essentializing the Christians. This is the first one, the first temptation. That is by claiming that the major tenets of their identity are immutable, or at least extremely resistant to change. According to this pattern, Christians in the Middle East have well-defined and unchangeable identities, largely at odds with the fluid and unsteady milieus in which they live. The second temptation is exoticizing the Christians, that is by assuming that they constitute in their respective societies a foreign body, characterized by a different language, the case of the Armenians, for example, or a different set of moral values, and hardly receptive to external influence. Though not identical, these two patterns of thought may interfere and affect one another. Such tendencies to essentialize or to exoticize Middle Eastern Christian communities are more often than not closely related to political considerations and may serve hidden or overt political agendas. Throughout the last decades, for example, it has become quite common to hear that Christians in the Middle East are persecuted minorities. Such a politically tinged statement may have a twofold implication. Christians must be either protected by Western powers, or they must embark on an alliance with other Middle Eastern minorities, such as the Shiites, to protect themselves. However, essentializing or exoticizing tendencies may also generate an anti-political attitude in favor of dispensing with any political engagement. By the beginning of the Egyptian uprisings of January 2011, for instance, young Copts, both male and female, were exhorted by the church leadership to quit any participation whatsoever in the demonstrations, as if Copts had never been victims of poverty, injustice, and political corruption. Yet, irrespective of the question of how these two tendencies, essentializing and exoticizing, relate to politics, what ultimately seems to undergird them is a self-protecting mechanism generated first and foremost by fear. Admittedly, Christians in the Middle East have a vast array of things to be fearful of: dwindling numbers, emigration, political, social, and economic instability, and militant Islamism, to mention only some. It seems, however, that over the last years, a favorite Christian way of coming to grips with such fear is to resort to what I just called communitarian models, whose gist is to overemphasize how different, essence-oriented, and exotic Christian communities are when compared to other communities living in the same area, especially Muslims. It is on this very level that a tension between the individual and the community may arise on the surface. The Egyptian example can hardly be more telling. Whereas church leadership was very reluctant to welcome the uprisings, let alone to join them, the majority of young Copts were simply there, fully involved, not as members of an essentialized or exoticized community, but as individuals, rediscovering the sense of being citizens and shaping society as citizens. My following reflections may appeal to historical elements. However, they are not a fully fledged historical analysis. They rather amount to an attempt at fathoming a current aspect of Christian life in the Middle East, namely the tension between the individual and a communitarian understanding of Christian existence, often generative of an almost blind allegiance to the community. My first step is to try to pinpoint what communitarianism is in the context of Middle Eastern Christianity. Second, I shall elaborate on how a communitarian mindset has been deeply challenged by the protests of the Arab Spring. Finally, a conclusion which will hopefully justify the somewhat strange ring of my title. First, communitarianism, an interpretative endeavor. What does a community-centered model in the context of Middle Eastern Christian existence mean? Needless to say, it is reminiscent of pre-modern times in as much as it favors the community to the detriment of the individual. The term pre-modern obviously presupposes modernity. However, it is important to underline that the kind of modernity intended here is not merely European modernity, but also the way in which this European, mainly French and English modernity has been received, assimilated, and adapted by Arab thinkers after Napoleon Bonaparte's campaign in Egypt, 1798. This movement is called Nahda, an Arabic term usually translated as Renaissance, yet literally meaning the act of moving from a lower to a higher position. It is used in Arabic terminology to indicate both the revival of European arts and sciences in 15th and 16th centuries, as well as the reawakening of Arab culture in modern times. Designative of the cultural and scientific revival of the Arabs on the threshold of the 19th century, the Nahda is far from being a mere literary and linguistic project. In fact, it had an extremely significant political dimension too, since a number of its leading figures advocated the idea that it's up to human reason and not to religion to manage the affairs of society. For example, unlike Sheikh Muhammad Abdu, an Egyptian Muslim scholar and thinker who put Islam and reason on an equal footing by identifying them, Farah Antoun, a Christian Orthodox philosopher and journalist from Tripoli, today the largest Lebanese city after Beirut, claimed that whereas religion is particular, reason is general and common to all human beings. For Antoun, reason not only plays a major role in liberating humans from ignorance, but it also provides a universal dialogue platform and helps people organize society. This approach to reason ultimately amounts to a plea in favor of separating religion and state. In this regard, it is crucial to note that Farah Antoun's claim that reason, unlike religion, is general, by no means prejudices the fact that reason is essentially individual. On the contrary, it is by virtue of being an individual faculty that reason is also common to all human beings and thus entitled to serve as an overriding principle of social and political progress. This approach is obviously modern, since it takes the individual as its point of departure. It also radically collides with the so-called millet system, that is, the societal model which over centuries made it possible to manage the affairs of the Christians in the Ottoman Sultanate. Theoretically speaking, this was the case until the implementation of the political reforms known as Tanzimat by the middle of the 19th century. The millet system, a legal codification of the Dhimma status system, according to which Christians must pay a poll tax in return for Muslim protection and the privilege of living in Muslim territory, was a highly communitarian model which considered each Christian community, but not only Christians, also Jews and others, as a group headed by a leader, usually in the case of the Christians, the patriarch, who was expected to collect the tax and pay it to the Sultan. It is my contention that Farah Antoun's emphasis on reason was consciously or subconsciously an attempt to transcend a pattern of life and of thought and of consciousness nourished by the Ottoman model of the millet, according to which non-Muslims were viewed less as citizens than as protected communities. In this sense, Antoun's position resonates with the quest for a new socio-political model inspired by modernity. What can we glean from all this? Christians in the Middle East today, whenever they tend to perceive themselves as exotic or essence-centered communities, they evince a behavior which not only carries the imprints of a pre-modern mentality, but also amounts to a retrieval of the communitarian Ottoman millet model. Against this backdrop, it becomes readily comprehensible how a considerable number of Christians in the Middle East have recently fallen into the traps of adopting new forms of dimitude by regarding themselves as persecuted minorities that need to be protected, not without referring to an imagined conspiracy that seeks to put an end to Christian presence in the Middle East. Second, communitarianism challenged. This communitarian understanding of Middle Eastern Christianity depicted thus far, though still influential, has been deeply challenged throughout the recent years. The example of the Arab Spring is certainly the most illustrative. In the meantime, one speaks of two waves of the Arab Spring. The first one, launched by uprisings in Tunisia in 2010, rapidly spread to Libya, Egypt, Yemen, Syria, and Bahrain. The second wave in 2019 swept through Algeria, Sudan, Iraq, and Lebanon. When amid the uprisings of the Arab Spring, Christian young people, especially in Egypt and Lebanon, together with many others, with Muslims and with secular people, brought ideas to the fore, such as social justice and a genuine citizenship based on individual rights and duties, they were factually undermining a communitarian understanding of what Middle Eastern Christianities are by dismissing the essentializing and exoticizing interpretative paradigm. For Christians, not only share with their neighbors a common predicament, common concerns, and a common dream, but also a common living space, having Arab culture as its backbone, yet also open to diversity. In fact, if the struggle for rehabilitating social justice and reinventing citizenship joins in a way some of the guiding ideas of the Nahda, which sought to overcome a millet-oriented mentality, as I claimed before, the new awareness brought by the Arab Spring more than 100 years later is a deep sense of the crucial importance of diversity in all its fullness. The Middle East, like Ukraine, is not only the cradle of Abrahamic religions and a melting pot of languages, ethnicities, and cultures, but also a space where individuals, marginalized, even repressed, by a patriarchal mentality and entrenched patriarchal structures, such as women and young people, also exist and must be perceived, heard, and reckoned with. The concept of citizenship can be instrumental in protecting and managing this diversity, as well as in helping people dismiss fear, avoid social fragmentation, and combat immigration. If the central claims staked by the protests of the Arab Spring were social justice and a soundly applied concept of citizenship, there can be no doubt that the underlying principle of all this was the idea of freedom. Freedom is the foundational principle of democracy, which revolves around the idea that the political rulers should be elected by free individuals and not imposed by dictatorial, ideologically contaminated structures. Freedom is also the locus par excellence that reveals the tension between the individual and the community whenever the individual seeks to question the controlling mechanisms established by this community to ensure its survival or perpetuate its interests. To be sure, the new dynamic unleashed by the Arab Spring prompted many Christian young people to become not only more outspoken in their criticism of political corruption and insistence on political and social changes, but also keener to contest a number of inherited ideas and values and to raise issues viewed hitherto as taboos. These issues range from patriarchalism as a cherished social paradigm through the question of how faith may be challenged by science or by atheism, to unconventional sexual behavior like homosexuality. More particularly, Christian young people have become more critical as to the manner in which the churches usually manage their affairs and deal with their inner problems. Since 2012, for example, both the Maronite and the Orthodox churches in Lebanon have been vehemently wrestling with sexual abuse scandals, as well as with behavioral ways deemed immoral on the part of some church leaders. For example, pictures on the web have been circulating of a bishop masturbating. Thanks to the facilities offered by social media, a number of bishops, priests, and monks involved in these scandals were exposed even before they were made accountable by official church organs, a process which was not launched without much reluctance. There ensues that one of the major outcomes of this new sense of freedom is a relativization of the distance between the extramuros and the intramuros, between the outside and the inside when it comes to church affairs. Conclusion. The previous analysis shows that the Christians in the Middle East oscillate between two poles or two paradigms: a communitarian paradigm favorable to viewing them collectively as an essence-oriented or exotic community on one hand, and an individual-centered paradigm according to which they are primarily free citizens on the other. If these two paradigms are seen as ideal types, we have to assume that there is plenty of potential attitudes between them. Yet each one of these attitudes should be, on the whole, either communitarian or individual-oriented. In the first case, an individual is perceived in terms of his or her community. In French, we say en fonction de. His or her existence, life, and choices are all interpreted in terms of, and thus relativized in favor of the community he or she belongs to. In the second case, the individual as a free human being is prioritized, and the belonging to a community, though not denied, must move to the background. My claim is that the communitarian paradigm is in many ways reminiscent of the Ottoman millet model. This is why I refer to it using the metaphor of the Sultan. Contrarily, the individual-centered paradigm reminds us of an approach adopted by a considerable number of Nahda thinkers, mainly Christians, epitomized in my paper by Farah Antoun, who favored reason as a medium to manage the affairs of society and pleaded for a socio-political pattern inspired by modernity. I suggest to designate this paradigm by another metaphor, the philosopher. It is no exaggeration to say that Christians in the Middle East are currently in a state of tension between the Sultan and the philosopher. It is my conviction that, historically and sociologically speaking, it is relatively easy to show that a communitarian understanding of Christian existence in the Middle East is misguiding. Even within a highly compartmentalized society, such as the Ottoman society, Christians in general have never ceased to communicate with their neighbors and to display a fluid and changing identity. Essentializing and exoticizing scenarios are largely incompatible with a great amount of anthropological and historical evidence. Hence, they may be rightly deemed sheer oversimplification and can scarcely function as a remedy to fear, no matter how justified this fear might be. Furthermore, they may prove extremely detrimental when it comes to promoting democracy, freedom, and the individual's rights, inasmuch as they tend to favor the notion of a monolithic and closed community, and to deny the utmost importance of interpersonal relations which go beyond stereotypes and prefabricated molds. One may criticize modernity in many respects, I admit. A certain prioritization of the individual remains, however, necessary, inevitable, and irreplaceable when it comes to freedom. This is not only shown by history, where freedom has always been a fundamental driving force, but also by current upheavals such as the recent women's revolution in Iran. Although the Sultan is mighty and proud of the glorious past of his ancestors, the philosopher, with his keen and critical mind, still has something very important to say. Many thanks.
Thank you very much for your most informative and enriching contribution. Now the floor is open for questions. First question here.
Thank you very much for this very interesting way Christianity and recent developments and discussions. I'm not so sure if the alternative which you designed at the end is a good alternative. So either communitarianism or individuality, either philosopher or Sultan model. In fact, I would say both have to be the case. I mean, if you think about freedom of religion as a human right, then it's always individual freedom, but also a freedom of organizations, so of churches, religious groups, and so on, to live their life. Therefore, I'm also not so sure if I agree with what I pick up maybe your perhaps concept of reason. If one looks, say, in the European history, say in the 17th century, Westphalian Peace Treaty and so on, the reason is not, say, necessarily, say, beyond the definition what is a human being. It's a reasonable animal. It's not so much seen as a, say, ability or competence of the individual person, say, of having some how do you say, Ausstattung, something given. Actually, often one would say something is missing then, but nevertheless, to make a joke, it's rather ability to solve, say, public problems in a way where we do not relate, say, to traditions only, or if you relate to traditions in the argument for ordering the public affairs, if you relate to traditions, then in a reflected way. So it's rather a competence to deal together in a way that all who are involved can accept the result, to find ways of arguing which are acceptable beyond, say, affiliations to organizations, traditions, etc., etc. So I would go more for a communicative concept of reason, and not so much by to such a definition of one. And if this is the case, then the philosopher is not the right figure for this. It's the alternative to the Sultan would then be those who are in public discourse, and they are not necessarily philosophers, but they are, for example, political study people, so political scholars and others. So all those who are able to go into public discourse in a way that the results are acceptable beyond the camps. So therefore, I don't know what would be the figure. I not even would reduce it to public intellectual or something like this. It would be not integrative enough in a sense. And now coming to this question of Near East or Middle East Christians, I mean, we had this debate. I don't want to be too long. We had a debate, communitarism, or say this kind of what do you say now, individual reasonable existence, in the 1990s between Rawls and Habermas. Rawls' model is very simple. You need, say, you agree on a social contract, and in this you have to integrate human rights in all societies. Then you protect the individual and these exotic communities. And then they are safe, independent from elections. And Habermas, as a Republican-minded person, also thought that this, say, basic, what then becomes basic right in law, in the complex of national law, then has also to be rationalized again. In Habermas, it's rather a given thing. It's not discussed anymore. But in both cases, that has to become a public law, has to shape the rest of the law. So in both senses. Then on this constellation, it's not so much, I would say, then you in the end up that people are not only put into their exotic camps in the communitarian, they are not only this one, they are also public intellectuals, for example, who are contributing to the solutions in the public field. But and it's not a question then of survival or of realizing freedom, because both is guaranteed. So a simple question. I'm not so satisfied that this is the alternative, philosopher or sultan.
Am I supposed to react?
Yeah, it may be that this in the practical situation is what you describe, but it's not the one situation which I would envisage for that. That's perhaps my point.
Yeah. Just 3 remarks concerning your remarks. I'm aware of the fact that it's not an either or. It was also not intended as either or. By the end of my conclusion, I said that those are ideal types. And you know, from sociology, ideal types are an interpretament. It's an interpretative model to understand reality, to better understand reality. But of course, it's not identical with reality. And I'm also convinced of the fact that between those, if we take them as ideal types, as poles, as two extreme poles, there is plenty of attitudes, plenty of possibilities between them. It doesn't need to be an either or. But on the other hand, it seems to me that well, it's important for those people who participated in the Arab Spring and the Arab uprisings. It was very important for them to promote citizenship, and citizenship is a principle based on the individual. And as long as citizenship is not established as a social fact, I think it can be detrimental to say, well, it's not an either or. It is not an either or, but let's implement citizenship as a first step, and then speak about the rights of communities. Or this is my first remark. My second remark is, well, the philosopher was a metaphor of mine. Those thinkers of the Arab Renaissance, of the Arab Nahda in the 19th centuries, I think they understood themselves as philosophers, but not merely as philosophers, also as people involved in the public discourse, and even as reformers and literary figures as well, and journalists. And well, I think philosophia, in terms of in its original signification, its original sense, those who love wisdom in this and yes, it was not about absolutizing reason. By the end, I said also that modernity can be criticized, but what's really intriguing about the Enlightenment they were drawing on in the 19th century was this self-criticism for first of all, and then the ability to negotiate the problems of society by the aid of reason, what you actually mentioned. And my third remark is, well, we can disagree on the question whether we can call Christian communities in the Middle East exotic or not. They are different. But my point is that there is today a tendency to exoticize them, to absolutize their difference as if they were exotic, as if they were floating communities in the air, which communities that do not belong to the social web. And this is the problem. This is the problem. So the problem is not their difference. I'm not denying their difference. On the contrary, but the question is, we as thinkers and as people analyzing reality, what are we doing with this difference? What do we make with this difference? I think it's methodologically erroneous and also politically erroneous to exoticize them, to take this difference and to absolutize it.
Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, this is working not. Yeah. Thank you for this very brilliant. Closer, yeah, brilliant talk, and I just to this point, you explained it already now, but I think it's very important to keep this aspect of reason. Reason is not rationality, and reason does not mean that only that people are having discourse in the public, the politician and the scientists. But what you are pointing out, and what is very good shown in the Arabic Spring, is the discovery of reason, and within reason, freedom. The discovery that we have we have the ability to look at tradition and have an own opinion about tradition and reflect the tradition and keep the good things and throw away the bad things, so that we as subjects arise. I think this is a point you want to make with the Arabic Spring, that individuals recognize themselves as an entity which stands against or with tradition, but with has a difference to tradition and can judge tradition. And this is a vertical dimension which very good is expressed in the conception of reason, the Kantian reason, for example. And it's his thinking of enlightenment, the view of the emancipated self, which is able to reflect tradition, to reflect everything. And this reflection mode is, I think, what you point out with the Arabic Spring, and which is very important. And it's a discovery in humanity always when it happens. And this is a verticality, and is not just in the publics, in the discussion of the public. It can emerge there, but it has to be pointed out as a single aspect.
Yeah, well, thank you. It was a comment. It's not a question. Thank you very much for your comment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Assad, for this wonderful presentation. I also have some questions about the philosopher as a category here. But let me first begin. I mean, it's very understandable that Christians play a crucial role in the development of Arab nationalism in the 20th century. They were the leaders of Arab nationalism precisely because they were looking not for the kind of nationalism in which Christians could be included along with Muslims. It was the Arab component here. It was the linguistic identity that made them into common citizens, right? We know that this failed, and Arab nationalism turned into political Islam. Now, we know, of course, that, however, the most successful case of the Arab Spring was Tunisia. And of course, it was Tunisia in which the Nahda, the party, the movement, precisely made this transition from political Islam to Muslim democracy. Namely, in the same way that political Catholicism in the 30s fell into the problem of basically organic corporatism and leading to fascism, basically. They had to go away from political Catholicism to Christian democracy, which of course was based on the fuse on the coalition of Protestants and Catholics in the new Christian democratic parties. So it's the need for going beyond one single group and linking it, and then to have it transversal alliances, which is really the important thing here, I would argue. Of course, the tragedy is that we know that Tunisia today, I mean, the leader, Rahed Ghannouchi, the great, was of course the leader of the Muslim Brothers, but it was the only case in which the Muslim Brothers went through the process of reflection, but not because they were philosophers, but precisely reflection on the history of the failure of democracy, and therefore they transform, let's say, political Islam into a Christian democratic, into a Muslim democratic movement. So my question is, I mean, given today, given that even the case in which the Arab Spring was successful for several years, I mean, a few weeks ago, Rahed was put in prison, right? And we see that the military basically have taken over once again, also in Tunisia. So here we are dealing with different type of institutional structures. And I'm not sure the philosopher is the problem. What is the solution here? is how to build links between groups, different groups, in which they do not feel threatened by each other. You could say that this is the real issue here.
May I react? Well, thank you very much, first of all, for your remark. Actually, the Muslim Brothers are the bad philosophers. If I would ever qualify them as philosophers, and they are bad philosophers because they didn't understand even Sheikh Muhammad Abdu in the 19th century, this Egyptian thinker I referred to, because this is very intriguing, and I'm going to take two minutes in order to clarify this. Sheikh Muhammad Abdu, he was the Grand Mufti of Cairo, and a very important thinker. And what did he make? He said, well, the main question raised in the 19th century was, when Napoleon came to Egypt, why those Westerners have so much progress and have so much evolution, whereas we Muslims, in spite of the fact that we have the right religion, Islam, we remained behind. So Sheikh Muhammad Abdu tried to answer this question as follows. He said, Islam is actually reason. And we as Muslims, we failed to implement reason in our own countries, whereas those Europeans were able to implement reason in spite of the fact that they were not Muslims. And there is a beautiful and famous saying of his. He says, when I went to Europe, I saw there too much Islam, but non-Muslims. I came back to Egypt, I saw a lot of Muslims, but no Islam. He was actually more intelligent than the Muslim Brothers, because
he was a Muslim brother, but they then went through a process of reflection and abandoned this bad philosophy. But not because he had now a more rational, better understanding of religion, but because understood that democracy is based on pluralism and accepting the other and building together democratic structures with the others. So that's why, for me, the question is not how rational you are, but how you are willing to precisely create structures where you, even with those people you disagree, you create democratic structures. And this is the transformation of the Tunisian Muslim Brotherhood that came after he was in prison, after he went into exile. And for 2 years, it worked very well. They created the constitution. Women play a crucial role in the Muslim women in the creation of a secular constitution, and so on. So it was really a process of learning, but not learning in the rational sense, but learning from practical reason of how to construct democratic institutions. But of course, they were faced with other structures. They didn't want to. I mean, we are getting to external structures. I mean, Tunisia could succeed, you could say, because it was such a small, irrelevant country that they let them do whatever they wanted to do at a time when other powers didn't allow to Egypt or the others. But then eventually the other powers also intervening in Tunisia recently. So the question is, I'm just questioning whether the question here is the rationality of actors or a different type of practical reason of how to work together with others to build institutions, with the others precisely, accepting the plurality of actors in democracy and the need to build bridges and construct institutions together. So this is my main question.
Yeah, it seems to me that they have missed 2 points, the Muslim Brothers in Tunisia. Well, the first point was to initiate a debate, dialogue on how state and religion relate to each other. This is still unclarified in the circles of Muslim Brothers. This, well, the second problem is that it seems to me that they are still convinced that solving economic problems is fully or should be fully independent of implementing religion in society. This is the second problem. How Islam relates to economic problems. Those are 2 points still unclarified in the thought of Muslim brothers.
I'm not getting to the thought of Muslim, I'm thinking to the role they play in creating institutions, a constitution. But anyhow, obviously we have a disagreement here. The most important thing
I'm not sure that we are speaking on the same.
Yeah, I'm picking of the work of Rashid Ghanouchi and what I've heard of him and the discussion I had with him on this issue.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Rashid Al-Ghanouchi belongs here to the Muslim brothers.
He's the leader. He's the leader of the movement.
Yeah, it is the Tunisian model of the Muslim brothers. And
My point is there was a reflection, a radical metanoia, let's put it this way. There was a radical transformation of the Muslim brothers precisely to go away from the model of political Islam and to create democratic structure.
Do you believe that there existed a real metanoia in Tunisia? Are you convinced of this?
Of Rahed, absolutely. His own personal transformation,
okay. So
absolutely.
I see the disagreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
One more question. No? Then we can, yeah, Antelis.
Yeah, thank you, Asad, for this very, very interesting presentation. If I can contribute to the discussion, I would say that a key point in your presentation, actually the discussion about individual and community and this critique toward the Orthodox that we are too much communitarian and we underestimate the place and the importance of the individual, etc., etc. It has not only to do with theology, but as you demonstrated, I think it has much also to do with history. And I think a key of key importance in your presentation was the analysis about the Ottoman Empire and the Millet system. And I would say that, for example, if I take the example of Greece, Greece for the last 40, 45 years is an integral part of the European community, as we say, in the 70s, of European Union, member of the NATO since 1952. From the beginning, from the Greek Revolution, from the Greek independence, Greece is really turned toward the West. It is part of the West, etc., etc. But still, in the structure of the country, in the structure of everyday life, in the structure of public life, and also in the mentality of our church leaders, there are many, many remaining elements of the Ottoman heritage, of the Ottoman mentality. And one key element is that in our case, and I think from this point of view, it is very important to contextualize our discussion. So going back to Greece, to the Greek case, one key element is that on many levels, there is, there is a difficulty to make the difference between a group of people, for example, the Orthodox people, and persons or individuals. I will use the example of the teaching of religion in the schools. Many of us in this room, and many also of the theologians who are related to our efforts, we prepare a kind of reform of the teaching of religious in the schools. The previous model was a compulsory one and exclusively Orthodox. Pupils at the school, they have to attend a class which was compulsory and at the same time Orthodox. So we understood that this could not continue like this. So we tried to make a more inclusive class of religion, which was still centered around the Orthodox tradition, but more inclusive, having also classes or chapters about Western Christianity, about Catholicism, Protestantism, and also about the monotheistic religions. And it has been a so strong reaction by conservative Christians, by professors of theology of both faculties, especially of Thessaloniki, and by some hierarchs. And the discourse of the people who was reacting against this more inclusive class of religion was that the Orthodox pupils, as an homogeneous group, as a block, they should follow the Orthodox teaching. They should follow, and they were not able to understand and to follow the changes in our society. There is a great part, there's a major part of Greek society which is today secularized. They don't want to follow, they don't want to attend religious education classes. They don't go to the church. They have no connection with our liturgical life, what we call secularized people. And the defenders, the supporters of the pure Orthodox class of religion were not able to understand that these people, these secularized people, you cannot oblige them to self-identify as Orthodox. So I use just this example to make clear how important it is to make this distinction, how important it is to understand what we inherited from the Ottoman Empire, which, exactly as you very well presented, took all this group as homogeneous group, the Orthodox, the Greek Orthodox, the Rome Orthodox, as we used to say at that time, the Jews, the Armenians, etc., etc. And I think history played a major role, and in our discussion about community and individual, we should take in account also this element, not just theology, not just philosophy, but also history. So maybe this tandem, this dilemma, the Sultan and the philosopher, maybe you should put also the historian, or I don't know which figure you could add to your scheme. Thank you. In any case, thank you very much for your presentation.
Well, the historian is the one who analyzes. It's not, certainly it's not the sole factor, but one of the major factors is this collectivist mentality inherited from the Ottoman Sultanate.
Of course,
it's not the only. Yeah, it's not the. There are also psychological factors and other historical factors, but what is actually tragic or catastrophic in the Middle East today is that some Christians do understand themselves as persecuted minorities that should be protected by the West, like in the 19th century in Lebanon and Syria. So what they are doing is a very conscious retrieval of this collectivist model of the Ottoman Sultanate in the 19th century. This is the main difference, I would say, between the Middle East and Greece, because in Greece you don't have Christian thinkers who are consciously retrieving this model and trying to rehabilitate it or trying to revival it. In the Middle East, we do have a revival of this collectivist model by the very fact that there are Christians, Christian thinkers, Christian philosophers in quotes, claiming that Christians in the Middle East are merely persecuted minorities, are persecuted communities, and they should be protected by the West, or they should embark on an alliance of minorities. So there is a conscious retrieval of this collectivist model.
Yeah, but if we look more carefully to the Greek case, of course it is not the same. We don't feel as a minority because we are great majority, 96% of the Greek population, until very recently. But there is a mentality which is quite close to this. We are not protected. We are not looking to be a protected minority, but we are looking to be a protected state or a protected people, because we still feel insecure. And this is our fate, I mean, our common fate. And this is something maybe people living in the West cannot understand, because even Greeks, we feel, for example, for the last 3 years, we were every day, we were concerned about Erdogan's threats, you know, every day, crazy things. He was saying crazy things, and we didn't feel secure. For example, during the summer of 2020, we were very close to have a kind of war or a kind of incident, polemical incident, and we were not feel secure. And I think this is a common fate of all Christians of the East, Greeks included, because history was not mild with us, history crushed us. And I'm very sorry to say that there are concrete responsibilities of Western powers about this, going back even to, to Byzantium and Middle Ages until today. If we look what happened in 1922 in Asia Minor, the way the Greeks were persecuted, and this is tragic stories, and this is something which is still in our collective memory, and this is something we have to work with, and this is a very important factor. This is a very important reason for our difficulty to adapt to the modern world. For example, if you see what happened with the visit of Pope John Paul II in Athens in 2001, many Orthodox were claiming that the Pope should ask forgiveness, and finally the Pope asked forgiveness. So for a story which happened in Constantinople, today Istanbul, so in a place outside Greece, and for a story which happened 8 centuries ago. So you understand, that's why I'm very much insisting on the factor of history, and that's why I think that history played and continue to play a very important role in ecumenical relations, in ecumenical movements. And that's why my personal thesis, my personal position is that despite the fact that we Orthodox say that the Orthodox were looking the eschatological vision, etc., I personally claim that Orthodox peoples are defined, are shaped by their historical experiences and their historical traumas. Thank you.
I fully agree, and I think we share also one supplementary commonality is the conspiracy theory.
Yeah, absolutely.
Conspiracy theory against Orthodoxy, conspiracy theory against Christianity in the Middle East. Yeah, indeed.
Last question, Professor Moskos.
Yes, well, when it comes to history, I think that
You are
okay. I would like to tell also something to what panelists noticed that, well, history is obviously, for historians at least, it's very obvious that history is subjective to certain political use, I would say political manipulation in some cases. So it's because it is, otherwise it's not understandable how, for example, all these harsh times in history which panelists mentioned were a lot easier to be left over and reconciled through an internal transfer from generation to generation. So in the first generations, the events of 1922 or other cases like the post-Civil War situation, people were able to reconcile much easier. And then we see suddenly after 2 or 3 generations or 100 years, a reconstructed idea of identity that uses this material in order to build a certain front or to assure privileges for mechanisms in power. For example, this whole situation with Turkey, in many cases it serves to, for example, to increase the percentage for buying defense material and stuff like that. So I mean, to say simply that it's history, while you know that you can use and manipulate some cases history, it's not the best to do. I think the best thing to do is to be conscious that there are mechanisms that distort in many places history. So, for example, the story of millet, which is used very much in Greek public space history, is constantly referred, and which is actually a phenomenon of the 17th or 18th century, and then after that, 18th or 19th, because at the first ages of the Ottoman Empire was all these things were, a little bit, well, the term of millet was not there. There were described some sort of groups that were actually informal. And then later there was a certain institutionalization within the Ottoman Empire, which is sometimes also an influence from the Western institutionalization and the history of the institutions from the West. So it serves very well to build now a certain national identity, which has to serve for some agendas, as you said very well. I mean, within Greece. And I tried to show that yesterday about how we built an internal national or Christian identity, so that to gain some political weight, or from outside, for example, to legitimize an invention from the West to the Middle East for other reasons. So to say we go to protect the Christians, and it's a sort of new crusade or something like that. So I think the use of the millet is very, very well known here, but is very well, exactly because of that, is very well subjective to manipulation. The other model of having Christians that work as a reasonable thinkers of a certain civil virtue or civil way of seeing things is not very well known. For example, many students are shocked when they realize that the base of the party of
Baath Party.
the Baath Party were Christians, for example. Yes.
Palestinian nationalism, all the leaders originally were Christian.
Yes. So it is important for us at least to have some sort of circulation of knowledge about this aspect in order to assess better the way that Christians in the East can see an alternative way for addressing Christians in the Middle East, because of course it's very different. It's different with Armenia or different with Ethiopia, for example, which is totally different. But in the social and political structure, as Professor Casanova mentioned, is of course is totally important. But it's also important to know about these things, because they are under this story of millet, and that's always simply put there. Thank you.
Many thanks to the speakers and to the contributors. And now we can proceed to the coffee break.
Yeah, welcome to our last session in this conference. We have in this last session 3 papers, and as the first speaker, I want to introduce to you Professor Dr. Elisabeth Greb-Schmidt. She is a professor of systematic theology with a focus on ethics at the Faculty of Protestant Theology at the University of Tübingen. She is a fellow at the Max Weber College of Cultural and Social Studies in Erfurt and co-editing 2 important journals of German theology, Zeitschrift für evangelische Theologie and the Zeitschrift für Theologie und Kirche. In fact, she is, Elisabeth is a top expert, perhaps the top expert in social ethics in German theology. And I mean now including not only in Protestant theology, but also generally in theology, in social ethics and ethics in general. She is a member of the German Council on Ethics or Ethical Issues of the German National Parliament, and so advisor to the Parliament. And she's also a member of the Ethics Board of the German National Organization of Medical Doctors and in other high-ranked commissions, in ethical commissions. She is also active in the church, in the Protestant Church of Germany. She was, I want to mention here only that she is, like me, member of the Commission for the Dialogue of the Evangelical Church of Germany with the Ecumenical Patriarchate. But she is also, or was till last year, a member of the Council of the 15 People Council of the Evangelical Church of Germany. And so I would like to say an experienced episcopos. She had to use the office of oversight. From books, I only want to mention a book on concept of faith, but especially on the ethics of technology, but also many writings on other issues in ethics and also in doctrine. You're now talking on the right of religious freedom in modern secular society.
Thank you very much, Hans-Peter, for this very nice introduction. And thank you for inviting me to this wonderful place. And thank you for the conference until now and all what comes with the conference, the beautiful evenings and everything. So jetzt muss ich ja schauen, dass das geht. Andersrum? Von hinten kann es funktionieren. Wohin muss ich es denn halten? Ja?
Would you do that?
Yeah. So in the following consideration, the focus is on the significance of the right to religion's freedom in modern secular societies. This will be the introduction. Then I will move to a short overview about Luther's thinking about the relationship between state and church, between political and the political sphere and the theological sphere. And then I have a look on the ethics paper of the Orthodox Church for the life in world, and then a conclusion which compares both. The significance of the right to religious freedom in modern secular society must avoid 2 misunderstandings that depreciate the role of religion, theology, and church for the political sphere. First, the equating of secularity of the state with religiousness, that means a lack of religion. And second, a possible misunderstanding of the privacy of religion and therefore irrelevance of religion for politics and law. Yet secularization and religion could and should well consist together. The movement in the history of ideas is then held up as a lasting achievement that secures the freedom and emancipation of the individual, and thus makes possible precisely in this way tolerance and estimation of the individuals, as well as a pluralism of religions and worldviews. However, this can only be achieved through the formation of the free, reasonable, and emancipated subject who is, as an individual, able to form and communicate convictions, religious convictions, and defend them in a critical discourse. A democratic polity that stands up for freedom of conscience upholds such a political model of freedom and education of its citizens, oriented toward human autonomy. For politics, in the sense of the exchange of free and equal people, thrives only on the ground of a culture of discourse, of individual convictions. The discourse of convictions is to be secured by institutions which convey the freedom of communication, of belief and worldviews, and so they can make possible a pluralism of religions and worldviews. Reflections on the constellation of democracy under the conditions of religious and cultural pluralism thus point to the question of the special significance of the fundamental right of religious freedom. My thesis is, religion and secularization must therefore by no means be played off against each other. Particularly, under the conditions of secularization, we need to preserve and communicate normative resources which enables orientation and the formation of conscience. Those resources, which in fact have religious quality, are indispensable for the preservation of peace and freedom under the conditions of secularity, as well as cultural and religious pluralism. It is no coincidence that the question of religious freedom focuses on the relevance of the representation of religion, not only in the negative sense, but also in the sense of positive religious freedom. This positive religious freedom stands for the granting of a space for free communication of convictions in order to gain the ability of orientation and autonomy, and thus religious freedom stands for the fact that it is possible to offer people a political framework which maintains the freedom to communicate plural value concepts. Positive religious freedom, therefore, does not speak against secularization as such, which often is criticized. Rather, this insight into the importance of positive religious freedom can assert itself against laicistic efforts, but also against theocratic retreats from democratization, and not least against the slide into fundamentalisms of various kinds. This attitude requires a publicly effective exercise of religion, for example, through public gatherings in church buildings, through which individuals are granted a space for the formation of convictions. The democratic preservation of freedom, guaranteed by the freedom of conscience, is thus the task of a redefinition of the political relationship of state and church, of law and freedom, that goes hand in hand with secularization and is intended to serve the peace and justice of society. Thus, positive religious freedom is also of special importance for a tolerance that does not radiate arbitrariness, but rather appreciate communication with the plural views and values of others. For an examination and justification of this meaning of religious freedom under secular conditions, the Reformation heritage of the determination of the relationship between state and church, as Luther's model of the two-regiment of God or two-regiment doctrine provided, will be recalled here. In the present, such remembrance can help to estimate the public weight of religion in its orientation function for the individual, as well for the understanding of community, of politics and law. Luther's understanding of freedoms of conscience, which emphasizes the irreplaceable conviction of the individual and which, not by chance, later found its political expression in the legal figure of religious freedom, is not least indicative of this. The next. Thank you. Precisely as a pre-modern theological model, Luther's two-kingdom or two-regime doctrine serves as a model to offer constructive critical impulses also for today and contribute to the idea of a democracy of responsible citizens, of tolerance which is capable of pluralism and peace. This conviction of the relevance of the relationship between politics and religion and the acceptance of the constellation of this relationship under the conditions of secularization is shared, as I see it, by the social ethos of Orthodox theology as unfolded in For the Life of the World, which is also the subject of the following investigations. Next, please. First, therefore, will be examined the theological model of the two-realm doctrine under secular conditions with regard to the relevance of religious freedom in its political and social function. The view of religious freedom is confirmed as a guarantee of normative resources in the secular age. This is shown by, second, a look at the Orthodox view of secularization in its significance for the relationship between church and state, church and nation, in its emphasis on human rights and human dignity, points first and foremost to the right to religious freedom. We have already heard about this in the conference. With reference to the political model of the two kingdoms and the explanations of the Orthodox ethics in life of the world, we will see that the cultural and social importance of Christianity for the preservation of tolerance and peace in a political community is determined by the importance of religious freedom in its emancipatory function. Next, please. The two kingdoms doctrine is a political theoretical model that at the beginning of the modern era is able to critically, constructively develop a political model against traditional ideas of order that can open itself to modernity, I think. It is not to be confused with the medieval two swords doctrine, which places imperial power and papal authority side by side, but also grants power to priestly authority over worldly imperial authority. So by bulle unam sanctam. Luther's doctrine, rather, in critical distance to the two swords doctrine, sees spiritual and secular regiment as distinct and autonomous. The relationship between throne and altar gains a new phase through the doctrine of the two kingdoms. The social order is no longer under the domination of the church, but forms a sphere of its own right. Nevertheless, the sphere of faith, of religion, retains significance for society. Accordingly, Luther's doctrine aims at separation, but not at independence of religion and politics. Sine vi humana sed verbo must apply here according to Confessio Augustana, Article 28. Roughly speaking, political power has no place in matters of religion and faith. Here, political space is to be granted to individual expressions of faith. But also claims to truth must not be clothed in political power. This is how it is determined in CA 28, sine vi sed verbo. That means without power, Gewalt, but only with the word of God. So the theologian has to argue. The theological model of Luther's two-kingdom doctrine thus stands for the fact that the sphere of the convictions of the individual, the worldviews, the religious, are indispensable for the questions of social cohesion, of the flourishing of the communities. It teaches not only politics and law, but also religion is a factor of the secular regime. However, one must also see for Luther the existence of religion in society and also for those in power, the politicians, was still self-evident and not in need of explication. That is different today in secular society. Now it must be plausibilized that the consideration of the religious for politics is not a regression behind the modern differentiation of institutions and process rules of rational liberal democracy. This plausibilization is, however, quite possible and also with a critical constructive intention, so my thesis. For insofar as one not only looks at it historically, but also draws out the possible systematic lines, Luther's teaching also offers a model for dealing with cultural and religious pluralism. Next, please. In that, the inclusion of individual convictions of conscience makes it possible for individuals to be respected vis-à-vis political organizations. Luther's model in the long run vouches not only for tolerance, but also for the political possibility of civic engagement. In this formation of political power in its relation to freedom of conscience, there are definitely present-day impulses against the above-mentioned dangers of the slide of democracy into its modes of decay and its threat to peace, through radical fundamentalists. This is central for the conditions of the cohesion of society because it indicates that a reduction of a society to pure functionality, a rationalization of purpose and economization of thought leads to the erosion of the political. And therefore it's very important to have discussions over religious problems. Politics and community without this wither because they cut themselves off from their own foundations of free discourse by responsible citizens. In the modern age, these foundations can no longer be set theoretically and can no longer simply be determined by natural law. Nevertheless, they are indispensable also and especially because they protect against fundamentalist or totalitarian appropriations. For such a model allows for differences and is thus preparatory for the concept of a tolerance that can accept not only societal pluralism, but also the truth-related convictions of the individual. So, and this is important that I plea for a tolerance which is on the one side able to deal with pluralism, but on the other is also very endowed to truth seeking and to have real convictions which have orientation to arguments which are important in the society. Thus, with the autonomy of the sphere of the spiritual, the religious, convictions of the individual can be held and put into position as a critical potential against narrow-mindedness, be it rational, technological. This can also be a narrow-mindedness, a scientific worldview, be it rational, technological, or fundamentalistic oriented. In this context, the definition of religious freedom has not only a political function, but also in itself its significance in terms of fundamental rights. The fundamental legal significance refers to the freedom and dignity of the human being as an individual, which is to be legally protected by the state and respected. In addition, religious freedom in its positive reading also leads to the strengthening and profiling of one's own faith. For not only toleration, but also adherence to convictions of truth is then part of religious freedom. Since the freedom of religion is not only able to perform a political orientation function, but also to combine truth with tolerance, it opens up the possibility of dealing with the plural precisely by respecting the conviction of the individual. Next, please. In this respect, the right to religious freedom is a prerequisite for a society of free citizens with the intention of making this freedom possible for all. Such a space of public communication is thus of concern both for the individuals in their interests of good life and for the goodness of the community itself, which receives its inspiring impulses of freedom from it. This puts the community in the position of always being able to align all regulatory provisions to preserve the freedom of the individual. This is what religious freedom as freedom of conscience stands for in its negative and positive form. Political negative freedom, religious freedom, refers to the institutional dimension of society as an organization. It is to be understood as a defensive right, Abwehrrecht, and expresses tolerance, toleration, and the capacity for pluralism, while on the other hand, the positive religious freedom, the ethical religious dimension of freedom of conscience emphasizes the importance of the individual, the question of certainty of conviction as the basis for orientation of freedom, and so significance for the positive right of religious freedom. Through both dimensions, the negative and the positive, religious freedom gains systematic weight, both for the formation of a communal society of the free and for the formation of the individual. So it's for both, for the communality aspect as also of the individual aspect. Religious freedom in its two dimensions can make clear that in a differentiated modern society, the freedom of the individual consists precisely in being able to endure in the plural and thus to help secure a peace that can overcome friend-foe thinking and that thus seeks to avoid exclusion. For plural sociality does not abolish the individuality of the individual, just as sociality, the common, is not neglected by the diversity of individuals. Only the interlocking of individuality and sociality alone saves a society from the disappearance of freedom in the bureaucratization and economization of technological modernity. Let me shortly summarize. We have seen that especially under conditions of secularization, the Lutheran understanding of the relationship between religion and politics does not encourage the mixing of religion and politics. Religion and church nevertheless prove themselves in social responsibility and participation, but according to Confessio Augustana 28, through the word alone and not through power, Gewalt. This ensures that the message of the gospel can find influence in the shaping of the political community in various forms in a communicative way. This is notified in the securing not only of negative, but also of positive religious freedom. This positive religious freedom also makes it possible for the secular state, in contrast to France's laicism, not only to regard religion as a private matter, but to grant and support the communication of religious and worldviews in the open sphere, not only in the private sphere. Accordingly, secularization would, as explained, not be an obstacle to presence of Christian and other religious convictions and worldviews in the public sphere, but on the contrary, the deliberate granting of such a presence, this will be conveyed. In this context, the secular ideology neutral state says nothing about the worthiness and appreciation of certain religious convictions of individuals, nor about the enforcement of a special religion or worldview. The secular state has the task of establishing peace externally with coercion, or rather of preserving it. And precisely for this task, it may be appropriate to pay attention to a culture of presence and exchange of religious beliefs, for example, to grant the space for the recognition of religious communities and to respect different communities in terms of their different beliefs. Precisely this means that the state is itself value neutral. Secularization understood in this way represents therefore not itself a worldview, but as value neutral, an openness to different views. The secular state does not have to determine the content of values, nor does it have to enforce them by means of political force. For the presence of religion in society, this means that theocracies must be resisted, as must totalitarian political systems. Next, please. Now I come to the Orthodox views of secularization and its significance for the relationship between church and state, as it is mentioned in the, as it is formulated in the paper Life for the World. This can also join the figure of the peace-securing potential of religion in the secular sphere. The relationship between church and state, as formulated in the Reformation view, loses corresponds, so I think, to the Orthodox conviction formulated there. So it sees the dissolution of the old agreement between church and state, or throne and altar, as a great blessing for Christian culture. Thus, the social ethics paper is getting serious about distinguishing between political power in the form of theocracy and the form of political and spiritual cultural participation in civilization, as seen through a distinct but still mutually associated sphere of the two realms of church communities and polity. So it says in chapter 2, paragraph 13, human ethical convictions do not develop in a mental void, and religious affiliation is an inseparable part of the way in which very many communities and individuals have any conception at all of the common good, of moral community and social responsibility. In my opinion, in this political line of the paper, there is a closeness to Luther's concept in the two modes of God's government in the two kingdoms, which can exert their influence in the social functional sphere, unmixed but undivided. Peaceful coexistence in modern societies is here conceived as something that includes the Christian faith. Next, please. Furthermore, by pointing out that the Christian faith is not to be promoted through the use of political power or legal coercion, the paper specifically emphasizes that Orthodox Christians are to support human rights, which find their expression in the dignity of the individual, in the inviolable uniqueness of every human being. It is important to emphasize as Christians that, quote, the infinite dignity inherent in every human being is to be honored. We have heard about this, but it's good to quote it again. Precisely because this is true, the Church, not only according to Protestant, but also according to Orthodox understanding, must take pluralism into account and even promote it. Here, the Orthodox paper speaks a language that is directly ethically connectable to a political design that serves the common good, especially when this is one in which different convictions of individuals must coexist. It is hereby noted, as it is also true for the Reformation, that religion is in no way to be banished to the private sphere, that the separation of church and state does not have to mean that religion is degraded to a private matter, but on the contrary, that religion can only unfold its dynamic power all the more effectively if people's convictions are formed and these are communicated to society in a differentiated way through individuals in terms of their formative power and can unfold their power. This is a more effective power through the word than that through the thought, to which individuals bow only reluctantly and unwillingly to political force. However, this distribution of power also raises the question of a right of resistance on the part of individuals should governments contradict this responsibility of Christians and want to prevent it. According to the social ethics paper following Acts 5:29, among others, resistance is especially called for when it comes to discrimination. For discrimination contradicts creation as well as the incarnation, which propagates equality. So creation, we have heard this in the first talk. Creation contradicts equality, but also incarnation. Quote, there is no humanity except the one universal humanity which the Son of God assumed as his incarnation, and it includes all men without distinction or discrimination. Paragraph 11. On the other hand, people who adhere to a racial ideology are to be excluded from the Orthodox Church if it does not want to practice a betrayal of Christ. Therefore, nationalism and race ideology are also seen as a great contradiction to the gospel. The social ethics papers insist in chapter 2, paragraph 11, on recalling the decisions of the Council of Constantinople, which rejected the subordination of the Orthodox faith to ethnic identities and national interests. Even if love for one's own cultures is not condemned and appreciated, for Christian, quote, it is absolutely forbidden to make an idol out of cultural, ethnic, or national identity. There can be no such thing as a Christian nationalism or even any form of nationalism that would be acceptable to the Christian conscience. And the authors rightly point out that unexpectedly, in much of the civilized world, extremely insidious ideologies are resurgent, including warlike forms of nationalism and blasphemous racial philosophy. And we have to realize these sentences of the social ethics paper were written at a time when it could not yet be foreseen how soon exactly this would occur dramatically. Christian doctrine, Christian faith must oppose any racial ideology and identitarian associations. Here we have to remind the overcoming the friend-foe thinking. Such right of resistance is without prejudice to the requirement. Again, here the Orthodox doctrine agrees with the two kingdoms doctrine that secular authority must be granted the right to levy taxes after Matthew 22 and provide security after Romans 13. It follows from the critical dimension of the reality of creation, which finds its anchor in our vocation to serve a kingly rule that is not of this world. To work for this is the task of every Christian. It is part of every capacity for freedom and responsibility. And this brings us back to the systematic scope and contribution to the preservation of peace in a political community. I come to the last, final chapter. Please, next. Tolerance and freedom, the importance of religious freedom and its emancipatory function. With his so-called two-realm doctrine, Luther developed a theological template of religious freedoms that can offer peacemaking potential through the distinction between religious and political dimensions. This distinction itself is relevant because the mixing of politics and religions, of law and morality, contradicts the power of both. Nevertheless, both must be thought of as related to each other. A public dimension of religion means neither an anachronism nor a form of Christian chauvinistic striving for hegemony. For only in the past, via law and institution, can remain the cause for a peacekeeping order can be secured. In this context, fundamental and human rights are not only proof of the democratic constitutional state, but also an expression of a conception of humanity being oriented toward peace and justice. The preservation of a space for the communication of religious certainties thus helps to maintain peace and at the same time to promote emancipation and education of humans, which lie in the granting of that freedom to which human beings are entitled before all political and legal freedom. So the Christian freedom. Through the right to religious freedom, something further comes into view. Freedom is no longer only the freedom of general reason, but also as freedom of conscience, primarily the freedom of the other, also of the person of different faith. Precisely this formation of the freedom of the other is a freedom that presents itself as freedom of religion. It is bound to the granting of individual freedom. It makes it possible to hold on to one's own convictions in freedom and to stand by their truths, as well as to concede this also to the others. Thus, religious freedom is bound to the idea of tolerance, which is secured and supported by human dignity of the individual. And this is a tolerance which includes the adherence to truth. Next, please. So it becomes clear that both the individual freedom of conscience and the political dimension of religious freedom are interrelated. In these two are concentrated the necessary conditions of a humane society that values the freedom of difference, of the differently thinking, of the differently educated and the differently acting within the limits of the recognition of dignity and human rights. This is a reason why freedom of religion is a human right and one of the most prominent fundamental rights. This is not to say that religion dominates politics or that it is mixed with it, but rather to strive for an educated handling of power, which under finite conditions remain a never-ending task for the preservation of truth and trust, freedom and peace. In such an assignment, religious freedom permanently shows the importance of individual freedom rights for liberal law as such. In order to protect this, it is necessary to secure that free space which has its prominent place in the form of judgment of the subject, which remains free for the purpose of communicating convictions of certainty of the individual. In such communication, care must be taken to tie the discourse back to the individual conscience. So freedom and emancipation, religion and worldview are referred to each other. For the extent to which the emancipated self then actually decides in its own freedom depends precisely on his or her reference to the convictions expressed in conscience. By guaranteeing such communication, such a reference to conscience offers an instrument that protects the individual subject from being heteronormally determined by others, by the mass. At the same time, the state is given the task of maintaining the educational possibility for such an individuality, which against its stagnation binds it to a spiritual potential for renewal, without which freedom does not exist. Such an interaction which on the whole helps to promote freedom of communication, is possible only on the ground of independence, but not separation of politics and ethics, of power and religion. The distinction of secular and spiritual regimen, conceived not as separate but as two modes of God's governments, describes different forms of human interaction in response to God's modes of governance, both of which in their way can benefit the resource maintenance of the formation of the individual and of the community. In the preservation of such communicative capacity lies the enduring significance of religion for politics, even in secularized modernity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. You showed us in your argument that the modern state needs to support or needs to want its citizens to have religious practice in order to become responsible citizens, and also under what conditions the state has to construct itself in relation to religion and so on. I think we make 10 minutes now directly, and then comes the next paper, Professor Lütze.
Okay. Dear Kollegin Greif-Schmidt, thank you very much. It was interesting in many ways, and I had a lot of thoughts to it. For somebody who is dealing with religious education, of course, it was most interesting. And just one question, you talked about different beliefs, convictions, and the questions of truth. So I think this is a main thing, because in my view, we have an underlying consensus. We're not talking about convictions, we're just talking about opinions. Mm. And this is especially in school context. It is hard to talk about questions of truth or convictions. We love to have a tolerance, like everybody can have his or her own opinion, and we're fine with that as long as your opinion does not touch me. But your question of truth does touch me, and I think our goal to develop tolerance is a strong tolerance which gets along with different claims of truth.
Yeah. Thank you very much. This is my main point always, and I think it's very important to hold on to those convictions which are bound to true thinking, because this, and I come from ethics, and for ethics it's very important to have those convictions. You think, I have to stand up for this, yes. Because if you only be on the level of opinions, and you have this opinion, you have that opinion, and this is all opinions, this is mainstream, and so we act like this. You have no power, no argument to act against Konventionen. Yes. And it is very important to talk to others that it can be very, very serious that you stand up for your convictions, because conventions are bad conventions. When we think back, especially in Germany, you can think back in a historical situation where the wrong has been established to be the right, and truth and lie confused. And so if you don't have an inner self which tells you what is wrong and what is right and what you have to stand up for, then you are lost, and then humanity in altogether has lost. So but it's probably difficult with but it may, I think it's an easy way to show it on examples, that there have been people who against that was Mantut in English, what was Mantut?
Everybody is doing.
Was everybody is doing. There always have people who did not follow this rule, but who were looking for people who are in danger and have helped them. And I think
not just as an opinion, but as a conviction.
Yeah, I mean, you can show on this example what it means to have a conviction and not only an opinion. And this everybody understands. Yeah.
So I see at the moment no more hands raised. So thank you now for this time. Later on, perhaps more. And we come to the next paper. And for this, I welcome Professor Dr. Katharina Kunter. She arrived only today, unfortunately for her, but she had some reason why she could not come earlier. Professor Kunter is professor of church history at the University of Helsinki, and there in the Faculty of Theology of University of Helsinki. Since 2020, a full professor there. And her professorship is defined for contemporary church history. So she is dealing mainly with her research is primarily for the 20s and the 21st century. Already 1 hour passed, and then it's already object of her research, more or less, because everybody becomes history immediately after we have lived it. It's a bit, perhaps a bit more distance than this, what you are doing. So she, for example, to illustrate this, I want to mention books of her which show this. She published a book on in the German. I translated the title into English. The Churches in the KSZE was the German abbreviation process, the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe in the years between 1968 to 78. So she was looking on the churches in this process, and or on a book on evangelical church in Germany between democracy and socialism, which is considering the time between 1980 and 1993. And then also a book on church and communism in general perspective. And so on this rather contemporary history, that's her that's her field. In the last year, she was very active, and also this year, considering the situation, say the Russian war against Ukraine, and say the religious side of that. She was a bit lobbying against the participation of Russian Orthodox delegation in the WCC assembly. And so she is a critical analyst, not only of the time of 20 years back, but also of the present things what are going on. So, and she knows also very well the history of the WCC. So now it's up to you for your presentation.
And you signed together an open letter to IKD.
Yeah,
I was also supporting her in her activity.
If it is working. Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. It's for me a great honor and a pleasure to be here, even if I'm sorry that I could not make it earlier. And my topic for today is being church in a fragile modern world, individual and community as a challenge for Lutheranism in the 20th and 21st century. And after seeing the program, so that was what you were suggesting, looking on Lutheranism. But after seeing the program, I changed it in that way that I'm not limiting myself, let's say, to the Lutheran tradition, but also including the Reformed branch of Protestantism, because I saw that you changed your topic before you had Protestantism. In doing so, I'm concentrating predominantly on the German-speaking Protestantism in Central Europe, which had also an impact on the Nordic countries, which were strongly influenced by German Lutheranism, or also on the minority Protestant churches in Central and Eastern Europe. The developments in the English-American Protestantism, on the other hand, have in part differed fundamentally from the European path, and I will therefore only touch them briefly. Maybe a short explanation about my methodological way, and how I'm doing that. I'm a church historian of contemporary church history, and I'm researching mostly, let's say, the Christianity, or I'm focusing more on Protestantism, how Christianity is facing the challenges of modernity in the 20th century, and also, let's say, till today or till yesterday. And that means, and I have seen that most of you are coming from the background, maybe more from the systematic theology, and maybe it needs a little bit an explanation why I'm working so and presenting so, as I will do that. So I'm not so much interested in taking a position in a systematic general theological field. And I'm also not so interested in taking a position in the very complex secularization debate. There are other experts here who can that very much better. But my focus is, let's say, the concrete historical case study. And I'm interested in the ways of individual Christians, in the ways how the churches were transforming, how people, how communities, and also piety were transforming. And I try to embed that into a historical narrative. And my narrative of European Christianity is orientated towards the major lines of the 20th century, and that means the world wars, the dictatorships, but also the development of the European post-war society. So what I'm doing is I ask in my different parts of research for the mutual influences of Christianity and modernity in the 20th century. And I assume, and this is my special historical approach, that concepts like the individual and community and other aspects of Christian life are not fixed dogmas or, let's say, have timeless contents, but that they are changed with the challenges of modernity in their specific historical contexts. And on the other side, in the same way, I see Christianity. And also, if I'm focusing here more on Protestantism, I think that can be also said about Catholicism and Orthodoxy. I see Christianity as a dynamic force that does not stand outside of social reality, but resiliently faces in different ways the challenges. And sometimes art finds very powerful expressions for that. And therefore, I decided also to give you, for the last section here today, some pictures to illustrate these different challenges with modernity. And I have here for the first picture chosen for you a greeting from Finland. So an example of a church building of a Lutheran church from 1961. And I think this shows in a very different way what I try to develop in my paper in a more abstract historical way, but how church is able to build, let's say, community in the modern world. And what I would, it's not working. Okay, super. And what I would like to introduce today, so I was thinking about the whole topic, how I could put it and face it. And I think I extracted 3 challenges for European history and the churches and Christianities. Of course, World War I and World War II are very important challenges for modernity and for the developing of Christianity. Then the challenge 2 is, let's say, the whole topic of human rights and democracy. And the challenge 3 is what I'm labeling as modern Europe and civil society. And then finally, I will give you a small outlook. Of course, there are more challenges. I'm just concentrating on these 3 because I have done, my own research is more located, let's say, on these challenges. Let's go to the challenge first. And I have written a lot of stuff here, but you can also just hear it and have not to read the slide. So I choose for, let's say, these challenge of World War I and World War II, also some arts in this afternoon session. And this is a picture of the Lutheran artist, Karl Schmidt-Rottloff, the German artist. And his picture is titled Christ. There's also a subtitle, which is not here in the PowerPoint presentation, but there is a subtitle, Did Christ Not Appear to You? And I think this is important when we are dealing with Christianity in the 20th century and marking that as modernity, that this was a general experience after 1918, not only for Christians, for the whole society and for the individuals, let's say, coming to terms in some ways with the horrific experiences of World War I, with the different revolutions, the collapse of the old and collectively ordered Europe, with social inequalities, political instabilities, but also, and art and artists are telling very much about that, coming to terms with the isolation and the loneliness of the modern man through technology and mass industry, but also always a topic in art, the temptations and the shadow worlds of the big cities. We see also in the aftermath of the First World that artists who had before, let's say, a home in the church and a denominational background, was it Catholic or Protestant or maybe also Orthodox, were now moving away from that and trying to find their own expression, let's say, still bounded to Christianity, but trying to find their own expression, what Christianity means for them. And very radical, if you're looking on the different expressions in this period, are these arts who trying to express that Christ self was suffering in the First World. We cannot really understand that anymore today because we are so used to see these pictures, but in that time it was a provocation to try to show Christ as a suffering one. And I have here this Schmidt-Rottloff, but another one also with a Protestant background is Levis Corinth, and you can later see that Red Christ, which is a very impressive expression of all the fragmentarization of human being in the aftermath and during the World War I. We also see in the German context some sharp critics of the individualism of the Weimar Republic in Germany. And just to mention one example, the Lutheran writer Ricarda Hoch, for example, in all her writings of the Weimar period, she tries to express a longing for the social and religious community of the medieval empire. And if you're reading these books, it's very clear that she is against this liberalization and dark shadows of the cities. And she is just transforming back her ideals into the medieval collective Middle Ages. And also, you know, of course, all the World War I brought a lot of changes in the image of God, of Christ, of theology, as just to name maybe the most famous Karl Barth with his new idea that God must be the very other. I will not go into detail, just to show you how much different, how this individual after the First and Second World War had to be declared and developed by Christianity. If we are looking on the Second World War, and I have chosen here also another picture from Finland, so a military cemetery in Rovaniemi. I think if you're asking about the relationship between the individual and the collective or the church, the question of guilt is very important to look a little bit closer. You know, maybe in the German context that it was Martin Niemöller, a Reformed Protestant, who was asking after the Second World War this question of guilt and putting it into the question, could one really claim that the Nazis had become guilty and that the Protestant church in Germany had been powerlessly drawn into the whole of National Socialism? So the whole question of confessing guilt could be also observed, let's say, as a question of the institutional church or the collective body or the individual, and is confessing of guilt only possible as individual Christians. Also the whole question about collective guilt. One result of that, to make it very short, was the Stuttgart Declaration of Guilt from October 1945. And I think if you are looking in the whole discussions before the declaration, you see also that it is a lively discussion about this expression of the relationship between the individual Protestant and the Protestant community and the church. And we see also that there are very, very diverse positions. Maybe one could put them a little bit as the Lutheran positions and the Reformed positions, but they are more diverse as this general argument. But if we are looking on these diverse positions, we can see, for example, Theophil Bohm, who was saying and claiming that the church does not bear much more guilt than the others. So that was his line. And maybe a little bit along him, the Lutheran Hans Asmussen saying that only Christians as individuals, but not the church as a whole, can confess guilt. And then on the other side, we have the more, let's say, progressive or different positions from the Reformed side. Of course, Martin Niemöller, who was very convinced that the whole church has been guilty and is also able to declare guilt. And then he was, let's say, he found resonance in the Dutch General Secretary of the World Council of Churches of Willem Wissert-Hooft, also a Reformed Dutch Protestant, who was emphasizing that confessing guilt makes a new begin possible. I think this is very important for the whole relationship between individual and collective or community. And also we have to be aware that the signatories of the Stuttgart Declaration of Guilt were at that time a minority, but in the aftermath of the discussions, it paved the way, let's say, for German Protestantism back into the ecumenical movement. And I would also say that the Stuttgarter Schuld Declaration became one of the central post-war narratives for the Protestant Church in Germany. So after the Second World War, we are going now to challenge two, to the issue of human rights. You know, of course, that it has a very complex history and that the origins are going back, let's say, to the French Revolution of 1798. But for me, it's important to show that already from the beginning, the Christian churches were very much against the Human Rights Declaration of the French Revolution. And you see that very clear in the papal encyclica Quod Aliquantum from 1791, which clearly and very powerful condemned human rights, the freedom of belief, the freedom of press, and the idea of equality of all men as absurd, and a lot of other descriptions about that. And we can say, if we are looking in the long line about the different positions, that this was the basic line which was followed by most of Protestants and Catholics in Europe till the 1960s. Different from that, Protestants in the United States and also in the United Kingdom. And if we are looking very general on the, let's say, on the foundings of these rejection of the human rights, it is always clear that Protestants and Catholics general wanted to put their own orientation towards the divine right. And they understand help for the poor normally as a sort of charity or goodwill or something coming up from Christianity and diaconia or caritas. But very clearly, if you're looking over the course of the history, they distanced itself always from all the democratic revolutions and movements in Europe, especially also in the 19th century, but then also in the 20th century. And in a whole, we can say that the whole human rights history till 48 shares the idealistic conviction that a Christian, if he or she only behave well, would not need any legal definition from the government or from the authorities or from human rights or natural law. And this was still the line for Protestant churches and theology in Germany until the middle of the 20th century. After the Second World War, you all know that on 10 December 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations. And in the broader line, it's also important to see and to emphasize that there was also a strong Christian impact in it. A lot of American and English Protestants who were also very active in the post-war, let's say in developing post-war ideas in the ecumenical movement, were coming already in 43 together and tried to draft something like the human rights. Some researchers are speaking of the Human Rights Declaration also as the beginning of a modern revolution. And when they are speaking of the Human Rights Revolution, they normally addressing that in the first time in history, the human rights were now established as not only as an instrument of state protection against future barbarism, but as rights of individuals received, and this right of the individuals received international recognition. And if we are looking now on the history of Christianity, and I have only researched Catholic and Protestant churches, but it will be the new project for me also to open up that narrative for the Orthodox churches. But you see that the Declaration of Human Rights was, let's say, a new challenge, but it was also a sort of, you can see it was also a sort of a concurrence seen by Christians in the beginning. And in the very beginning, when we are looking on the sources of German Protestantism, you see very negative reactions about the Declaration of Human Rights. For example, of the church newspaper of the Confessional Church, Junge Kirche, shortly after the Declaration of Human Rights, printed some essays and articles with very negative reactions. And they are always claiming in these reactions that the Protestant faith, and this is not very different from the Catholic positions, the Protestant faith is a higher normative authority than all natural law programs, and so also as the human rights. And we see also that still in the 1950s, Protestants in Germany, but they find also some companies in other Protestant and German-speaking Lutheran or Reformed churches tried to avoid and to be and speak against the secular justification of the human rights. And they really tried to show that it is more important to have the divine light and be against the secular right. Nevertheless, from the historical point of view, you see that in the mid of the 1960s, this perspective was more and more weaker and got not too much possibilities and support. On the international level, you can say that the Second Vatican Council played a major role with in 1965 having the Declaration on Religious Freedom, Dignitatis Humanum. But in that course, it's also worth to remember that already in 1948, the World Council of Churches, in his General Assembly final report, was giving a very positive statement towards human rights and towards religious freedom, which was connected to those Protestants who were drafting the Human Rights Charter of the United Nations. And to show you how long sometimes history takes, we see then that in the 1970s, now the Protestant Church in Germany also took over the whole issue of human rights and left the former way of avoiding and rejecting human rights. They published in 1974 the statement on the question of human rights. It was followed then in 1975 by human rights in the ecumenical dialogue. And in 1976, statement on questions on the Helsinki Final Act, human rights and religious freedom. Also in the early 1970s, the Lutheran World Federation was publishing a study about the human rights issue, which got also very much attention in East Germany and inspired also the East German Protestants on that other side of the Iron Curtain. And along with these more and more positive orientation towards human rights and the United Nations Charter of Human Rights, we see also more and more positive attitudes towards democracy. In 1985, and this is the first positive statement of the Protestant Church in Germany, with the name Protestant Church and Liberal Democracy. I think it's not really translatable into English and German, it would be Freiheitliche Demokratie, which is not exactly the same as liberal democracy. And then I come to my last challenge. I say the whole development of post-war Europe and what we are now calling civil society. Just going back to the late 40s and early 1950s, the new questions for Christians in all European countries which were affected from Second World War was the question if Christians should further or should in any way participate in the development of politics. And the big question was, of course, is it possible to develop a Christian Democratic Party with a trans-confessional background? And is it, let's say, is it a good thing for Christians to be active in Christian democracy? And a Christian democracy, which was thought not any longer as a confessional party, but as a, let's say, a Christian party, which, let's say, is a sort of horizon or a broader field for Christians. There were discussions about it, and there were different answers on it. For example, Gustav Heinemann, Reformed Protestant, also very active in the confessional church in the Nazi period, first a member of the Christian Democratic Party, and then later he turned to the Social Democratic Party and was later also president of the Federal Republic. He was saying very early in 1941, yes, this is possible. It's fine if you are getting involved in Christian parties. And the other, let's say, big name in the Protestant side to say no is Karl Barth, who was against any activities of Christians or Protestants in Christian democratic parties. Nevertheless, most historians are saying that post-war Europe in the 1950s became a sort of Christian democracy project, and it was a successful model, I think, in the 1950s until the 1960s, but it was rejected by left-wing German Protestants who don't accept the Adenauer Republic and also the Western Germany as their new state or their new Europe. And along with that, and this is maybe just a side remark, if you would like to understand the current position of the Protestant church in Germany, along with that whole anti-Western orientation of these more left-wing Protestants in Germany were also fierce debates about the future geopolitical orientation of Germany. And those German Protestants who were against, let's say, the Adenauer Republic and the Western integration were claiming that Germany has to be neutral, and they were only thinking of Europe and the future Europe in a sort of pan-European Europe, and a Europe which is encompassing, let's say, the East and West axis, and always was thought to include the Soviet Union. So this is still the line of Martin Niemöller and others, but also the more conservative Protestants like Hermann Kunst were always arguing in that pan-European model. Nevertheless, in the 1960s, the Protestant churches became also part of the broader social and political changes in West Germany and a little bit also in East Germany. That means all these keywords of democratization, pluralization, and individualization were also affecting the churches that lead their denominational backgrounds and traditions in the church break apart. But we see then also in the 1960s that new intersections between single Christians, single Protestants, and some Protestant groups, between those more individual Christians with the new social movements. And there were in that time in the 60s, the student movements, of course, the emancipation movement of women, but also beginning of ecology movements. So we see that Protestants who had difficulties with the official church tried to be active in these circles and develop new entanglements with the new social movements. And this could be also seen as a development which strengthened the individual character of Protestantism and Christianity. And then also we have to be aware in a different way to the United States, that the 1960s, late 1950s were the big period of the expansion of the welfare state, the European welfare model. And especially in the German case, but also in Belgium, is a little bit comparable from the Catholic side. We see the integration of the communitarian aspect of Christianity was now transferred into the German welfare state. Finally, my last point, if we are looking to the whole development of social society and modern Europe. If we are just looking on the beginnings of the development of European integration process, there was also, and no wonder that skepticism and also distance from the Protestant side, and not only from the German Protestant side, but by a lot of ecumenical circles shared this distance towards Brussels, because they mostly saw this as an economic enterprise. Nevertheless, if you are looking in the early emergence of the key figures of the European Union, we also see that they're very convicted Catholic, but also Protestant politicians who had another idea and wanted to build new networks on the post-war Europe to avoid a new war. And they were very much in the beginning putting emphasis on the fact that they should very much committed to the common good and to the community. And you see that also in the sources when you are looking in these early, let's say in the early sources and statements and activities of Protestants who were active in Brussels, that they were very ideal about the European development and European integration process, and saw that not as something economic or lobbying, but saw that really as a new peace and reconciliation process. Since the 1950s, there had been developed a Protestant ecumenical center in Brussels, and you see that door, or you have seen it on the, yeah, it was on one slide. Yeah, it's, you see that here. So this is the new ecumenical Protestant center in Brussels, which was in the 1960s, let's say the new pro-European place for all those Protestants and ecumenical or open-minded people who had hopes for the European integration process and motor. And maybe just to name some key figures, from the Dutch side, Baron Karel van Lunden was very important. He was the General Secretary of the Benelux Economic Union. And from the German side, Helmut von Verschuer was a key figure who was trying to put on, let's say, the confessional and the Christian idea into the new European integration process. And by Helmut von Verschuer, maybe it's also interesting to know that he was a nephew from Adam von Trott, one of the important German resistance fighters. And Adam von Trott, for example, was supported in the 1940s by Willem Wissert-Hooft and the ecumenical circles from Geneva. So you see there are also some links in the early development of the European integration process. Since 1960, this center was more institutionalized by the Belgian pastor Mark Linders. So these are different developments from the European side. The ecumenical movement, World Council of Churches, but also the Conference of European Churches were always very skeptical about this circle, had their own pan-European ideas, platforms, and meetings in the Cold War, which could be also criticized, but it's not the time for that here. But important is that in 1989, with the whole new development in the Soviet Union and with Gorbachev's idea of the common house of Europe, this was something which inspired the, till that point, very Europe skeptical circles in the ecumenical movement and in the Protestant scene. So in 1989, in May, the Conference of European Churches and the European Catholic Bishops' Conference were organizing a big event in Switzerland, in Basel, the first ecumenical European meeting. And this first ecumenical European meeting turned out to be a very big success, because for the first time there were also some people from the grassroots oppositional movements of Eastern and Central Europe invited in that conference, and all the European skeptical ecumenics could meet them and could feel and get a spirit that there is something developing, and they could also get the spirit that this what is developing on the grassroots level could be labeled as something like civil society. And we see then in the final document of Basel, and just looking here, I have a picture of this conference in Basel, and we see then in the final document of this Basel gathering for the first time the term civil society coming up in the final point. It was a very important passage. It's still a very good text about the future of Europe, where this idea that churches are not any longer on the hierarchical level, on top-down organized, but that churches should support changes and developments from the grassroots level and see themselves much more as a part of civil society was arising. This still is something interesting to study for historians, but it got this final part of the Basel document got not that attention as it should have got. And then I'm coming to my outlook and my last remarks. So I just summarize that. So what I tried to show is that the relationship between the individual and community in the Protestant tradition is not a timeless one, but deeply embedded into the traces of Europe's recent contemporary history. And in particular, I think individualism, the right of the individual and human rights, but also concepts like liberal democracy or civil society were very long not the friends of German speaking and German Protestantism until the end of the 20th century. And we see this points to a sort of deeper discomfort with classical liberal concepts, especially with those classical liberal concepts which were incorporated by English and American Protestants very easily. But we see that European Christianity doesn't like these classical liberal concepts, and therefore it took a very long time till they finally accepted. And my thesis would be, without the Human Rights Declaration, they still wouldn't have been accepted. And just to show that this long tradition, also Dietrich Bonhoeffer, whose commitment to human dignity is far beyond any doubt, explicitly also rejected these Anglo-American liberal concepts and the Anglo-American idea of human rights. So I would we see here in this development and in this feature, something which is maybe a new feature, a new tradition, or a signature of European Christianity. And this is something I would say which goes also beyond a politically based anti-Americanism, which is also part of the Protestant discussions and existed still and influenced a lot of discussions. But I think it is something deeper, a deeper mentality. And here is now also the link to orthodoxy in Europe. I think this deeper discomfort with classical liberal concepts links also Protestantism, Catholicism, and orthodoxy in the contemporary European history. That means also that on the other side, it is for me still an open question if there is something like Western Christianity, or if you really can construct European Christianity as a motor of Western liberalism. People like Lars Siedentop, with his book, The Invention of the Individual, The Origins of Western Liberalism, had tried to do that. But in a whole, I think it's not so really convincing. Apart from that, we can also learn and see that the transformation in post-war Europe show that only if you have an open and liberal society, then also Christians, theology, and churches open up to human rights, to democracy, to pluralism, and see themselves as part of society, civil society. But I hope you understand, and I have developed that here. This takes very much time. And on the other side, in the example of German Protestantism after the Second World War, we see also from time to time, political pressure from outside is also very helpful on that long way. And now, apart from these historical observations, I think I would not like to end without making or using this historical perspective on the current war in Ukraine and raise up the questions, what could churches in Europe do maybe at the moment if we consider this historical perspective something where we can learn maybe something from it. And also, of course, if we are convinced that the open society at the moment is the best option for us to live. And I think if we would like to learn something from that history, post-war world, post-war European history, I think the best way would be supporting Ukraine's membership into the European Union on all levels, because we see from history that this backing of a broader multilateral and democratic organized unified Europe was very important for all the different national Protestant churches and different national contexts, but also for the Catholic Church, who is organized in the more worldwide view. And I think that I could give and leave here as my present from my presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Kunter. I do not summarize again, but again, 10 minutes, questions, and Jose.
Thank you for this wonderful summary of 20th century history through Protestantism. A small corrective. You trace the origins of the human rights discourse to the French Revolution. The great German legal historian and theorist Georg Jelinek made very clear that the origins are the Bills of Rights of the 13 colonies, and then the French basically took the language from them. And of course, the problem is that those were it was not the Christian churches, but the Christian sects that enforced this notion of individual rights. And so the Christian churches always felt uncomfortable with this principle of the Christian sects. And so, but had they understood that, because they also reacted against the Declaration of Rights is coming from an anti-religious regime from the French Revolution. So there was always this reticence because of that. So I think that had they been aware of this had changed. And again, especially as you point out, let me then link it to the issue of how Catholic, indeed, the original Christian democratic project of Europe was. It was not only the German Protestants, but we know that no Nordic Protestant country was interested in joining at the beginning. No socialist party was interested in joining. No national party, the Gaullists were not interested in joining. And it was really, in the case of the French, it was French Catholics in the resistance, were the key figures in beginning the reconciliation with German Catholics and basically proposing precisely these models. So in this respect, it was a fundamental Catholic initiative, obviously the Treaty of Rome, and it was blessed by the Vatican, and this, of course, only added to the suspicions of all the others, Protestant and socialists and so on. So yes, I fully agree with that. So I think that in this respect, the transformation of the Catholic Church toward human rights discourse, although it was only fully accepted in Vatican II, it was very clear already within the Christian Democratic parties they had already incorporated. I mean, from Maritain on, this is already a discourse which is incorporated clearly, and the French resistance here play a crucial role.
Yeah, that's right, totally right. And in half an hour, I could not go too much in detail, but maybe just to say that, of course, also the communists later also took over, of course, the whole human rights, took over the human rights agenda and religious freedom. And especially they used that in their religious policy to get the Protestant and the minority churches on their side. So we see also this coming again, yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for this very interesting paper. Following your paper, I was thinking about this long process and how long it takes. And I was thinking of the well-known song by Bob Dylan, "Blowing in the Wind." And also, I found some similarities, the problems you raised, I mean, the process you raised and the time it took among the Protestants and later among the Catholics. 50 years after, I mean, at the 90s or beginning of 2000, the Orthodox, we are discussing the same thing. So this is also an interesting point. But my question is the following one about Bonhoeffer. Actually, one thing we were not successful with Hans-Peter was to bring someone to speak about Bonhoeffer and the Orthodox understanding of the relationship between individual and community. So Bonhoeffer was reluctant about this liberal or American, notions. For which reason? Is there something to link with his understanding of community, very strong understanding of community as it is described in Sanctorum Communio? Because when we read Sanctorum Communio, we, the Orthodox, were very much impressed and surprised how to say, for the similarities we found between Bonhoeffer and what it has been later called the Orthodox Eucharistic theology, or even the theology of personhood. So is there anything we can say about his understanding of community, his understanding of the relationship between individual and community?
I think you can also add something to that, but let's say from my historical point of view, it's very clear that Bonhoeffer, for example, he wrote against William Peyton's idea, and you find this very strong attitude against this English liberal ideas of human rights. So he is writing that per se, but of course that does not mean that he has not an idea about human dignity and to be, let's say,
beyond the human dignity. I mean, his understanding of the relationship between individual or person and community, as it is described in the Sanctorum Communio. Could be the source of this reluctance.
Yeah, I think he is very clearly writing that that as a Protestant or a Christ, you do not need these individual approaches to do good to the neighbor. So I think that is the general line in all these argumentation, and also to let's say to emphasize the collective is more important than the individual. I think this is his general line, why he's refusing the Anglo-American.
And do you think this is really Protestant, or maybe this comes from Martin Buber? No.
I think there are also some experts about that.
Doctrinal point of view, one has to simply know that Bonhoeffer was a very, say, conservative Lutheran theologian. Also in political respect, he was a conservative. Nowadays, always the left people are using him, so it makes the wrong impression. And in Lutheran theology, this, say, Eucharistic, it's called Lord's Supper experience, and it's very important in respect to the personhood. So it's not only on the one side building community, but also I am there directly consuming or communicating in the elements with Christ. So and this is very strong for the individual personality and also for the community. That's the binding element. This is overlooked from if one is not familiar with this, say I would say now more conservative parts of Lutheranism.
I think
only in short. So now George Georgios.
Yes, perhaps one comment considering Bonhoeffer. Bonhoeffer has an evolution in his thinking, of course. began as a very conservative Lutheran theologian. In 1933, he delivers a speech on radio, Wandlungen des Führerbegriffs, also development, so to say, changes in the notion of Führer, transformations, thank you, transformations. And there you see a person struggling with a conservative Lutheran understanding of the relation between state and church. How can I be disobedient to the state? And if you read this speech now, you can be really shocked, because he uses also the terminology of his time, a very difficult one. And it was something we have to admire, that Bonhoeffer changed a lot in the coming years. Even this speech caused a reaction, and they stopped it. They stopped it. They said it shouldn't be heard anymore, this radio speech. But he had a great evolution of his thinking. Bonhoeffer of Sanctorum Communio is not the Bonhoeffer, the young Bonhoeffer of this speech. Another thing, many thanks for your presentation, of course, Dr. Kunter. I would like to confirm what Jose Casanova said about the importance of the Americans and their influence on the French Revolution. Something a Greek biblical scholar reminded us in the 90s, Sava Sagouridis. He wrote a book on human rights, and it was a kind of revolutionary, that an Orthodox scholar says that it is the sects and the heresies, so to say, who lead. Yes, but it's important for an Orthodox that an Orthodox says that the sects, so to say, the sects have done something of that importance. And he,
freedom from church,
yes,
from a
but
state.
yes, but my point is that an Orthodox says this. It was not original. This book is not original at all. It's important for an Orthodox context. And it's also important that he also criticizes ideas we always read in Orthodox context, that we also don't need human rights, because in a way we Orthodox have the human rights in our DNA. And yes, and it has been said so. And Agouridis, a biblical scholar, said all this is nonsense. And it's very interesting that there were similar arguments in the Catholic and the Protestant Church, that yes, we don't need it if we are good Christians. There's no need to have something like that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted maybe to add that, and this is totally correct, that Bonhoeffer was a young man when he was writing Sanctorum Communion, and we do not know how he would have been developed, but I think his later letters about all these reflections about the religious Christianity could be a hint that he maybe would have thought that the Human Rights Declaration of Human Rights would be a good thing for the world. So I'm not sure, but maybe that could have been. And also I just wanted to mention that the interpretation, which the first paper was given by you. So of course, this is a very modern democratic Lutheran interpretation, which was not possible for Bonhoeffer to think in his time. I think he did not have the context for that to think. Definitely not. And maybe in comparison to Dietrich Bonhoeffer, that was the dominant line. Of course, there are exceptions, and maybe to name one exception is Ernst Rölsch in the Weimar Republic. He was one of the few, but minority Protestants who was very clear for the liberal democracy of the Weimar Republic, and also very strong for human rights.
Friedrich Naumann was also Protestant,
yeah.
I think.
So there are some, but for me it was important to show, let's say, the mainstream developments.
We can have a short question and a short answer, because otherwise Pantelis will take us time away. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for your lecture. Concerning acceptance of democracy in Protestants and so on, there is an intense discussion some years ago whether there is something in Protestantism that makes that the whole thing compatible with socialism and Protestants working in collaboration with Eastern Germany and so on. There was this controversial paper of Graf some years ago. I always use that as an argument against the director of academy who sits next to you, telling that the discussion is not only among the Orthodox, where they are have an allergy to modern democracy, but there is also in other circles this discussion. I wanted to ask about that. Do you think, and I think that this concerns also you, whether there is something that would be about collective idea in Luther's thinking or in Luther's exegese later on that could support the idea that there is certain conformity with the way that socialism was has worked in East Germany. I don't believe that, but I would like to hear about the discussion that was, because it's important for the Orthodox also.
Maybe if I ask answer to the socialism, but I think the historical fact that, for example, the East German Protestants were partly very close to the socialist state has not so much to do with their Protestant features or their disposition. But I think the other question, which is more an intellectual, inspiring and very difficult to explore from, let's say, historical case studies, but if Protestantism has more affinity to democracy, and this is, of course, the whole big question since Weber and others. I think it's intellectual nice to discuss about it, but it's difficult to prove in some ways. And yeah, I would be reluctant from, let's say, and that was also why I wanted to tell you the Protestant example. I would be reluctant to say that Protestantism per se has more affinity to democracy or to the good way of our life. I think Christianity has something where all open-minded liberal persons has to be aware. It can be also a danger for open societies and democracy. And
yes, and just to add, I think it's very late developments that the Protestant Church is open for democracy. It was just in the 80s that there was a writing that it's an affinity to democracy, but this was a reflection progress. And you are right, out of this reflection progress, I also are interpreting Luther's doctrine of the two kingdoms in times of Bonhoeffer. This was just separated. It's nothing to do with politics, of the faith, and this is an interpretation which is coming out. You can interpret Luther like this, and I said if I draw out the systematic outlines as I see it, so it is possible to bring it in one line with democracy, but this you have to argue with arguments which are not inherent in the Protestant tradition. And we have this strong Obrigkeitsgläubigkeit in the Protestant church, much more than in Catholic church. In fact, those the Catholics were more resistance, has more resistance to the Dritte Reich, to the Nazis. Yeah.
And what is enlightenment gives no freedom to the Protestant minister to speak freely, because it's a civil servant and has to obey the state. So even Kant, in What is Enlightenment, very clearly, you have to have obedience to the state is more important than the freedom to speak. Outside, yes, but not in the church.
So I thank very much now. And before you make applause, I want to say that one idea with your presentation, and I asked you for Lutheran is to let you feel that you are not alone in your struggling with modernity. So it's for Protestants, it's not so long back, and that's the contemporary historian who can show us that this is a rather recent history, that now what Elizabeth very self-confidently could say, this is also a result of a very contemporary history, more or less. And I mean, as an individual opinion, it existed before, but I mean, now as something where we can say this is majority opinion.
And this is also true for human rights. This was not
the same
propagated.
So thank you very much now for the discussion. And we come to our third presentation in this session. It's given from Dr. Pantelis Kalaitsidis, who is director here in this house of the Wallace Academy for Theological Studies. And you can read his CV in the program. And for saving time,
That's very important.
I'm not saying much, only the one thing that in the past some years, I have been going into a cooperation with you. He spent some months in Münster in order to lose weight because of the poor food there. And so I come sometimes here to Greece and get weight because of the good food here. So it's up to you for your paper.
Yeah, but more important than the question of losing weight is the cooperation between Wallace Academy and the Faculty of Protestant Theology of Mystery University, for which we are grateful and very happy. And I think we have already the fruit of this cooperation, the first fruit of this cooperation, which is the volume for which we spoke the other day. So this is the second fruit, I mean the conference we co-organize on an individual and community in the wake of the public discourse of the Orthodox Church. And my paper deals, as you know from the program, on the dialectics of community and individuality and the Orthodox affirmation of human rights. And there is a PowerPoint which will help us to better. No, it's okay. It's okay. I already thank you. So this is the today presentation is part of a wider project which was initiated in 2007, with the publication of my Greek book titled Orthodoxy and Modernity, an Introduction. Please, the next slides. Yeah, this is my Greek book, Orthodoxy and Modernity, an Introduction, published in 2007, which is now the English translation. Actually, the English publication, the English version, because the English version is really more extended. It is under publication by Brill Schoening until the title. May I have the next, please? Orthodoxy and Modernity, Introducing a Constructive Encounter. In that book, I dedicated few pages, something like 4 or 5 pages on the issue of human rights. I will refer later on my paper to another publication of mine about this. So some introductory remarks. Orthodox churches have expressed contradictory views on the topic of human rights. However, one can say that a pervasive reserve seems to characterize the attitude of many Orthodox hierarchs, thinkers, and theologians toward human rights, to such a degree indeed that there is now a firm conviction in Western circles that Orthodoxy is incompatible with the modern world and the achievements of modernity, with democracy, human rights, and political liberalism. At the basis of the philosophy of rights, a certain version of Orthodox theology perceives nothing more than the idolizing of individualism or subjectivism, been contrasted with the community center or communitarian culture of Orthodoxy. Indeed, prominent Orthodox theologians or official church documents, of course, not the For the Life of the World document for which we discussed today, and I was very much pleased to see that the paper of Professor Greb Smith was dealing with had extended references to the new document of the Ecumenical Patriarchate. So I'm not referring to the For the Life of the World document, but mainly to the two Russian documents of 2000 and 2008. So indeed, prominent Orthodox theologians or official church documents talk about a logic of rights, according to which the claims of the individual become central, while there is a constant threat of distorting our anthropology, sliding toward a form of human psychology that is deficient in relationality and communication. The Orthodox detractors of human rights argue that the whole paradigm of modernity was grounded on an egocentric perspective, inherently linked with a non-relational and individualistic understanding of human person. The same circles systematically promote the idea of a radical incompatibility between orthodoxy and human rights, and above all, between orthodoxy and modernity, orthodoxy and secularization. Yet, this was not always the attitude of the Orthodox vis-à-vis human rights, whereas in recent years, there has also been no lack of positive approaches to the question of rights from an Orthodox viewpoint. And here you have this volume, edited by Vasilios Makritis, Jennifer Vasmu, and Stefan Kube, and an older one, edited by Elizabeth Diamantopoulou and Louis Léon Chrétien, Orthodox Christianity and Human Rights. And here I should also mention the project run by the Fordham Center for Orthodox Christian Studies called Orthodoxy and Human Rights. So thus the preeminence of individuality and subjectivity implied in human rights is supposed to contradict the communal or even communitarian character of Orthodox church and tradition and the so-called communal or cultural rights. In this perspective, subjectivity and individualism represent the most serious obstacles, not only for an Orthodox acceptance of human rights, but also for the encounter between Orthodoxy and modernity, as well as between Orthodoxy and the tradition of enlightenment. With this in mind, one should raise the question to which extent is Orthodoxy and its ecclesial vision incompatible with the emergence of the subject, and even with individuality at the end of the day? How much communitarian is the ecclesial ethos and the theological self-consciousness of Eastern Orthodoxy? And why should we be forced to consider as self-evident the identification between communal and communitarian? To these crucial questions, with the today presentation, I will attempt to provide a sketch of answers and to further strengthen my argument articulated in previous publications by providing support based on concrete examples taken from the Orthodox tradition. I'm referring here to my previous publication, which is this paper, Individual versus Collective Rights, the Theological Foundation of Human Rights, an Eastern Orthodox View, which is published in the last collected volumes we saw in the PowerPoint presentation. And this paper, you can access it in the Academia Edu platform. So I'm now referring to three arguments taken from, I summarize this paper in 5 or 6 lines. So what is interesting in this paper is, for example, the reference to the Lebanese Orthodox philosophy professor Charles Malik and his contribution to the 1948 United Nations drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to the Father Anthony McGuckin and the pro-European understanding of the spiritual and cultural heritage of Byzantium, also to the phenomenon of the autobiography in Eastern Christian or Byzantine tradition, which is a very interesting field, especially when it comes to what we call today the Byzantine self. And here, for example, it is very important the case of Saint Gregory of Nazianzus and his autobiographical poems. And the last point, there are many, but just the last point to mention here is the overcoming of the dilemma between individual and person by the reminding of the importance of the concept and the reality of the subject, without which there is neither an individual nor a person. And I was happy to see that my colleague Theophilos Abadjidis and Nikolaos Asproulis touched in their presentations upon this question. So this was the previous publication of mine. Here you have some information about Charles Malik. And now I pass to some new additional insights, and I will use 3 examples. So the above points and in support of my argument, I would like to offer you today 3 more cases to reflect on, which do not verify the understanding of Orthodox tradition exclusively in terms of community and even communitarianism. I will not refer to these cases below as the rule or the dominant trend in Orthodox tradition, but rather as a possibility or an exception, leaving the door open to the affirmation of individuality and human rights by the Orthodox. So the first case, the first example, which is a biblical one, and I would like to have the reaction of my biblical colleagues here. So in this context, it is worth noting that a reception of the gospel message and entering into the church body cannot be understood on the basis of collectives such as a people, nation, language, culture, etc., but only on the basis of a personal act free from any sort of biological, cultural, or ethnic or national determinism. Thus, the radically new element introduced by the ecclesial way of life is the personal calling addressed to us by God through Jesus Christ, a call to evangelization, to encounter and relation with Him, as well as the response to this calling, which is equally personal. So God's calling and revelation is addressed to the person, but at the same time creates community, as it becomes clear from the number of the 12 disciples of Jesus, who symbolically represented the 12 tribes of Israel. Christ's message is foundational for the person as well as for the community of the faithful. In this manner, the New Testament transcends the Old Testament pattern, where God's calling and His agreement or covenant with His people Israel, without ignoring the personal element, could not be understood apart from the notion of nation or the chosen people, apart from the relationship with the land of the fathers. The New Testament seems to ignore this perspective. We may take a few examples from the Gospels and the Acts, such as the calling of the 12, Paul's conversion on the road to Damascus, the parable of the Good Samaritan, Jesus' encounters with Zacchaeus, the pagan Canaanite woman, the Roman centurion, or even the Samaritan woman at Jacob's well. These are absolutely personal events and decisions, not mediated by any form of corporate entities or communities, by religious, ethnic, national, linguistic, cultural, or class collectives. And furthermore, these personal decisions, and this is the most important, very often run counter to the specific collectives or communities that people belong to, or violate the framework and boundaries laid down by these communities. All these examples actually, in my opinion, confirm this analysis. So I pass immediately to the second case, which is maybe less well known. May we have the next slide, please? Okay, so this is the case of Saint Maria Skoptsova of Paris. On March 30, 1945, on the day of Good Friday, Nun Maria or Mother Maria Skoptsova, as she was better known, drew her last breath in the Nazi crematoria of the Ravensbrück concentration camp in Germany. In March 2004, the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople recognized her as a saint and set the day of July 20 as the date for her commemoration, as well as the commemoration of her son Yuri and her close companions, Father Dmitry Klepinin and Elias Fodaminsky, who all of them perished in the Nazi concentration camps. On Thursday, March 21st, 2016, the mayor of Paris and member of the Socialist Party, Anne Hidalgo, inaugurated the Maria Skoptsova Street in the 15th Paris administrative district. The street, as stated on the corresponding plaque, is dedicated to the Russian Orthodox emigre nun, intellectual, poet, and resistance fighter, who came to Paris in 1923 and was sent to the gas chambers of Ravensbrück, a righteous among the nations. Mother Maria was not an ordinary nun. She used to attend the radical literary circles of St. Petersburg, while she also joined the Russian Menshevik social revolutionaries and served as mayor of the Russian city of Anapa on the northern shore of the Black Sea. Skoptsova fled to Paris in 1923, pursued by the Leninist Bolshevik regime, and in March 1932, she was tonsured as a nun in the chapel of the St. Sergius Orthodox Theological Institute. Mother Maria could not live in a monastic community, could not afford the rules of the common monastic life. As his biographer, Jim Forrest, notices, and I quote here Jim Forrest, her life in the community was not easy. Conflicting views about the relative importance of liturgical life were at times a source of tension. Mother Maria was the one most often absent from services, or the one who would withdraw early or arrive late because of the pressing needs of hospitality. Piety, piety, she wrote in her journal. But where is the love for that moves mountains? End of the quotation. Mother Maria preferred to follow her own path, her individual path, and her own vision about monasticism, experiencing with great intensity the dialectics of individual and community. Yet the affirmation of individuality in her life, spirituality, and practice was not selfish, but sacrificial. Mother Maria was the culmination of the type of sainthood called full for Christ. As Jim Forrest noticed, Mother Maria had a particular devotion to saints who were classed as holy fools, people who behaved outrageously and yet revealed Christ in a remarkable way. The holy fools were, she wrote, saints of freedom, and I quote here, Mother Maria, freedom calls us, contrary to the whole world, contrary not only to the pagans, but to many who style themselves Christians, to undertake the church's work in what is precisely the most difficult way. And we will become fools in Christ, because we know not only the difficulty of this path, but also the immense happiness of feeling God's hand upon what we do. End of the quotation. For Mother Maria, the fools for Christ, and I quote again, they demolish and destroy in our hearts all that is stable, mature, hallowed by the ages and treasured by us. They help us genuinely and utterly to accept the vows of poverty, to seek no rule, but rather anarchy, the anarchic life of fools for Christ's sake, seeking no monastic enclosure, but the complete absence of even the subtlest barrier which might separate the heart from the word and its wants. End of the quotation. The well-known Greek philosopher and theologian Christos Gianaras, in his groundbreaking Freedom of Morality, dedicated a whole chapter to Fools for Christ, to underline that, and I quote Gianaras, in the life of the church, there is a historical example which represents the most extreme and extraordinary way of obeying the gospel, preaching about overturning and rejecting individual morality. End of the quotation. But while he was able to recognize in the persons of the fools in Christ the rejection of individual morality, he didn't pay attention to the fact that the case of this extraordinary sense unavoidably involved also the rejection of the domination of the community over the individual, or the person, if we prefer to use this term. In other words, the rejection of life within the community according to the terms and constraints of the community. It matters little here whether this is done by divine inspiration or that the fools in Christ were standing in the word in order to awaken the genuine spirit of the gospel. Some pages later, in his chapter, Gianaras notices that, and I quote again Gianaras, the fool does not pursue his ascetic way in the secure spirituality of a monastery, but alone in the world. End of the quotation. However, Gianaras was not able to assume the consequences of this fact for the topic under discussion. In the same vein, one should consider the relevance of anachoretic life and idiorhythmic monasticism for the discussion of individual and community, but this is another topic. I cannot go further on this. Mother Maria, from her side, embodies a new type of monasticism, which confronts the challenges of modernity and secularized society, and at the same time responds to the criticism of the compromises and social conformity of historical Christianity. Although she looked like a typical nun in her monastic dress and cassock, her experience of monastic life was not an act of retreat or flight from the world. Instead, it was a renunciation of the authoritarian and worldly selfish disposition. Furthermore, she did not deny the world, rather, she dedicated herself to a humble and sacrificial ministry for every human being. This way of life does not attach great importance to the prescribed liturgical rite, the fasts, or the individual union with God, but gives precedence to the practical experience of the gospel and the acknowledgement of every human being as a brother and sister. Therefore, such a way of life becomes the preeminent way of knowing God. As Saint Maria noted, and I quote Saint Maria, the way to God lies through love of people. At the last judgment, as I shall not be asked whether I was successful in my ascetic exercises, nor how many vows and prostrations I made. Instead, I shall be asked, did I feed the hungry, clothe the naked, visit the sick and the prisoners? End of the quotation. A poet and an artist herself, she was totally different from the type of pious Christian women as we know it from the ecclesiastical circles and popular religious literature. She was married and twice divorced, having a child born out of wedlock whose father's name she never revealed. Her revolutionary and subversive nature broke all the rules not only of the monastic life, but also of the ordinary Christian life. She used to smoke in public places, wandering around as a bohemian, while she was not attending regularly the church services and preferred to spend hours talking or just hanging out with various people on the fringes of society. These people used to come to her asking for help and company, a fact that vividly brings to our mind the words of Jesus according to the Matthew Gospel, to those who reproach him for his companions. Truly, I tell you, the tax collectors and the prostitutes are going into the kingdom of God ahead of you. There is no coincidence that Mother Maria was recognized as a saint by the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople and not by her native Russian Orthodox Church. Early monasticism began in the 4th century as a response to the church's surrender to the empire and a call for a genuinely Christian life before it became part of the Byzantine power structure and a means of considerable popular influence. Mother Maria believed that the collapse of the Constantinian church model and the collapse of the empire was a blessing because it freed the Orthodox Church of diaspora in the West from the grip of the state, providing an unprecedented freedom in the history of the church. Mother Maria saw the exile in the West as an opportunity granted by God to renew the church in ways that would have been suppressed in her homeland. She also points out, and I quote her, what obligations follow from the gift of freedom which we have been granted? We are beyond the reach of persecution. We can write, speak, work, open schools without bothering about anyone at all. At the same time, we have been liberated from age-old traditions. We have no enormous cathedrals, no encrusted gospels or monastery walls. In the context of spiritual life, there is no chance, nor are there fortunate or unfortunate epochs. Rather, are there signs which we must understand and paths which we must follow. And our calling is a great one, since we are called to freedom. End of the quotation. Therefore, Saint Maria was fully aware that in modern societies, Christianity cannot be imposed from above as part of a conventional and conservative social morality, but it can be accepted as long as remains faithful to the spirit of ministry, sacrifice, and inner presence. It is not then a coincidence that Maria Skoptsova was not only loved and admired, but was also considered, due to her unconventional way of life, as a fool for Christ. That extraordinary behavior of saints in the Eastern Church, who deliberately flout societies and their own community conventions by embodying the freedom of Christ, while giving a dynamic Christian response to the challenge of modernity and secularized society. One more point that highlights not only her prophetic vision and action, but in addition, her refusal to confront to the spirit of the community, is that in a time when suspicion, if not hostility, was still strong toward Jews among Christians, Mother Maria did not exclude them during her challenging ministry in Nazi-occupied Paris, considering Jews as children of the same God. She replied to the compromise and settled in their petit bourgeois mentality Christians who claim that the persecution of Jews was not a Christian problem with her ministry. In accordance with this principle and the theological consideration that underpin it, Mother Maria took enormous risks, which eventually cost her life. She offered shelter, food, and hideouts to persecuted Jews, and forged baptismal certificates to help them escape the Nazis. These actions led to her arrest by the Gestapo in February 1943, and her deportation to the Ravensbrück concentration camp in Germany. The same fate befell her other associates as well, her son Yuri, Father Dmitry Klepinin, and Elias Fondaminsky, who helped Jews in German-occupied Paris to escape to safe areas of the Free France in the south, and provide them with forged baptismal certificates. All of these persons, as we have already said, with Mother Maria being the first, were declared saints and martyrs of the Orthodox Church by the Ecumenical Patriarchate in March 2004. After 2 millennia of anti-Jewish and often anti-Semitic Christian tradition in both West and East, which in Tsarist Russia frequently manifested in brutal pogroms, especially during the commemoration of Christ's Passion on Holy Thursday evening, Saint Maria, like other significant Christian figures from various traditions, practically experienced the martyrdom of reconciliation and brotherhood with the Jews. This was achieved through practical repentance and recognition of the common biblical root that connecting Jews and Christians. What lies at the core of the ministry and martyrdom of Saint Maria of Paris is the encounter between orthodoxy and modernity, an encounter that has not really taken place mainly for historical reasons and is still pending. Saint Maria recognized this and shared the disdain of contemporary men and women for any externally imposed hierarchical form of morality and the sacralization of power, along with its various mechanisms of imposition. And now is the last example I will use for my argument. Archbishop Iakovos marching in Selma, Alabama with Dr. Martin Luther King, an example of Orthodox political theology and of a positive understanding of the individual. Here things are much more clear, as you will see. On March 26, 1965, the Life magazine featured a cover photo with the Greek Orthodox Archbishop Iakovos marching along with Martin Luther King in Selma, Alabama, for equality rights, as Martin Luther King holds a word for Reverend James Reed's memorial service. The latter, a white American Unitarian Universalist minister, was brutally clapped to death on March 11, 1965 in Selma by segregationists while marching for civil rights. During the memorial service, Archbishop Iakovos spoke briefly about the meaning of Reed's death in the following terms. And here I quote Archbishop Iakovos. I came to this memorial service because I believe this is an appropriate occasion not only to dedicate myself as well as our Greek Orthodox communicants to the noble cause for which our friend, the Reverend James Reed, gave his life, but also in order to show our willingness to continue his fight against prejudice, bias, and persecution. In this God-given cause, I feel sure that I have the full and understanding support of our Greek Orthodox faithful of America. For our Greek Orthodox Church and our people fully understand from our heritage and our tradition such sacrificial involvements. Our church has never hesitated to fight when it felt it must for the rights of mankind. And many of our churchmen have been in the forefront of these battles time and again. In those years, in the 60s, such a gesture was not something easy for a white religious leader of immigrant background to stand on the side of Martin Luther King and to demonstrate next to him in the South of America for the equal civil rights of the Afro-Americans. Today, such a move might be easier, but at that time, it was really something very risky, for which not only courage and determination was required, but also a clear decision to go against his own family and relatives if needed, and even against his own spiritual family and religious community. And I say this because, as characteristically noted by Corette Scott King, King's widow, highlighting the importance of Archbishop Iakovos' support, and I quote here Coretta Scott King, at a time when many of the nation's most prominent clergy were silent, Archbishop Iakovos courageously supported our freedom movement and marched alongside my husband, and he continued to support the non-violent movement against poverty, racism, and violence throughout his life. End of quotation. However, Archbishop Iakovos, by marching arm in arm with King for equality and civil rights, he was confronted with the Greek Orthodox community things were not so nice as they were presented. By lacking its support in this public act, in the contrary, he took a difficult personal decision despite or even against the negative opinion of the Greek Orthodox clergy and community. We know today that for this Selma marching, he himself faced a strong opposition and criticism from his clergy and community too, as noted by George Poulos in his biography of Iakovos, and here I quote Poulos. Some Southern Orthodox took offense at this picture of their Archbishop fraternizing with civil rights agitators, end of quotations. Years later, the retired Archbishop Iakovos told Martin Luther King biographer Taylor Branch that he had decided to go to Selma, and here you will see what I was telling before during Professor Katan's presentation. So he said, Archbishop Iakovos, he decided to go to Selma against, here I quote Branch, against the advice of his clergy and staff, who worried correctly that he would be called traitor to the quest of marginalized Greeks for full acceptance as Americans. Not a single member of the Orthodox community, he reported, appeared for scheduled events at his next stop, and he found himself alone in a Charleston hotel room, telling hostile callers nationwide that, this is very important, that he was compelled to Selma by formative memories of Greek suffering on his native island of Imbros under harsh occupation by the Ottoman Turks. Just to say that at the beginning of 20th century, or even at the 30s or 40s or 50s, in Imbros, they were living a Greek community of 7,000 people, and today they're just 300, just to catch what is the formative memories of Archbishop Iakovos. End of the quotation. If I'm speaking of Archbishop Iakovos' marching in Selma and his solidarity with Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement, it is because I believe that this story is of high relevance and importance for a paper dealing with Orthodox and human rights, and for the discussion on the relationship between person, community, and communitarianism. Archbishop's presence at Selma saved the honor and dignity not only of Orthodoxy, but even of the historic and traditional Christian churches, the vast majority of which remained silent or absent during the dramatic events that took place in Alabama and the civil rights and equality movement. Greek American people and community are today proud of this high symbolic act of Archbishop Iakovos. But at the time, but at the time, they were critical to him, blaming their spiritual leader for fraternizing with the marginalized Afro-Americans. In addition, following the biblical examples and stories mentioned in my first example, Archbishop Iakovos did not hesitate to make a personal decision on a burning issue that was not mediated by any form of corporate entity or community, and which furthermore ran counter to his own Greek Orthodox community, to which he belonged, as was the pastor, his pastor. Thank you for your time and attention.
So I suggest that, or I hope that the soup is not getting cold in the restaurant. And so with this hope, I think we can have 15 minutes for discussion, or we should have that. So please, 15.
Thank you, Pantelis, for this wonderful, powerful testimony of Orthodox individuals that indeed made their commitment to human rights very clear. I want to add just a few things which I think are important. I'm very glad that you mentioned Charles Malik, of course, and his role in the framing of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which of course we are celebrating the 75th anniversary this fall. Charles Malik later, together with John Kearney Murray, the great American Jesuit theologian of human rights, in 1964, they had a conference at Georgetown together with Karl Rahner and Hans King, so 4 powerful figures, Charles Malik, John Kearney Murray, Karl Rahner, and Hans King, precisely on this issue. And a book came out that year, Freedom and Man, which of course became really a key document for this dialogue between Catholics and Orthodox also on this issue. Again, the very touching picture of Saint Maria, which reminds me of the parallel Catholic saint Dorothy Day, also an anarchist and very similar kind of figure. And again, we can remind ourselves that while Archbishop Iakovos was doing this, Spiro Agnew was, of course, the vice president candidate with Nixon, and he was the representative of the Greek American community, of course, which very much represented precisely the opposite position. So yes, thank you.
Thank you for this remark. Just to add something to your remarks, I refer to the biographer of Mother Maria, Jim Forrest, who became Orthodox in 19. He was how to say in English? Assad, le déserteur, the one who flew. One who left the army? Yeah, the army. Desert, okay. Okay, so Jim Forrest was a deserter of the USA Army. He didn't go into Vietnam. He burned with his friends the archives of the, I don't remember which office of the Army in the United States. Yeah, and he flew to Europe. He settled in Netherlands, where he became Orthodox in 1988. But before he became Orthodox, he had Dorothy Day as his spiritual mother. That's, I think, is quite important. So thank you for all this. And I actually, recently, I discovered all this publication of Charles Malik. There are many. Unfortunately, we Orthodox, we didn't really valorize this very important contribution to the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It was very interesting to hear. You referred to the concept of the fools in Christ. Could we say that this concept was also an open door for an individualistic, unpredictable way of Christianity, just outside the common rules in Orthodoxy?
Yeah, this is my argument, but again, the way I use the word individual or individualistic is in a sacrificial, non-egoistic one.
Yes.
Okay. But I highlighted the importance of this path because this is not the community. This is the person, the individual. And another field to explore, but I had no time to do this, is the different ways, the different models of monastic life, because we always refer to the kenobetic one, but there is the anachoretic, yeah. And for some centuries also we experienced, for example, in Mount Athos, the arithmetic, but this is another story. We cannot enter now in this discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, just a small remark pertaining to Charles Malik. He indeed understood himself as an Orthodox and was, until the end of his life, he used to frequent an Orthodox church in the vicinity of Beirut, in one of the suburbs of Beirut, and to read their psalms. And so he was very much involved in liturgical life. On the other hand, his biography is worth considering because he was also an ecumenical figure.
Philosophically speaking, he was a staunch advocate of Thomas Aquinas and Thomism. His two brothers were Jesuits, and he was married to a Protestant woman. And what's really intriguing, and I wanted to ask for your appraisal, both of you, Professor Kunter as well. He has always claimed that the Declaration of Human Rights is deeply indebted to American Protestantism, not to European, not to German, but to American Protestantism. So this was the kind of, I think he wrote even a chapter in the dictionary, in an encyclopedia on orthodoxy, even because he was asked to do it, in spite of the fact that he was not theologian, and I do have the text. So do you think, Professor Kunter, that he is right in his appraisal? Because, well, in your speech, you told us about how German Protestants and European Protestantism at the very beginning distanced itself from the Declaration of Human Rights, whereas Malik was convinced that it was the influence that the Declaration of Human Rights carries the imprints of American Protestantism.
Yeah, it's difficult to say so short, but of course these American Protestants who were busy in the ecumenical movement and in these peace aim forms and all these new orders in these post-war period, they were very active in that. But I would not claim that the Human Rights Declaration is only a an American Protestant product. There were too many others involved, even if this circle had a great influence, and Charles Malik was also in the World Council of Churches active, so he knew, of course, these circles who were developing these ideas. But I think the other ones are partly not so much researched until now. So Charles Malik is, as you has pointed out, he is at the moment very high in research, and everybody is writing something about him. But there are others who were also included in the whole drafting, where we do not know so much about this. We know very much because about the Protestant impact, but also the Jacques Maritain was also one of them, so also very important Catholic impact. Yeah.
There is a recent publication I didn't read because I just found it by Robert, by what's his first name? Robert was professor at Pittsburgh or I think at Pittsburgh, and now he's at St. Vladimir's. He's Orthodox, converted, he's Orthodox priest. And he wrote a paper published in the Journal of Eastern Christian Studies on Charles Malik and his contribution to the human rights debate. No, it is not in the book. It is in the journal, the last I think issue of the Journal of Eastern Christian Studies. This is one information, and another information. I'm not a specialist of Malik. I would like to be clear about this. But studying a little bit his case, I discovered that I found that in this drafting committee there were also people from Asia, from different continents. So it was really a universal, and they took also Soviet people. So they took they took care to have a really ecumenical and universal drafting committee.
But what's also intriguing, I mean, is the kind of orthodoxy Malik's.
The mic group.
Yeah. I mean, what's really intriguing is the kind of orthodoxy he represented. It was not a defensive orthodoxy. It was not an orthodoxy seeking to confirm its own identity by distancing itself from Protestantism and Catholicism. And this is really
apparently yes. If he would be like this, if he would be this kind of defense on orthodoxy, he would never participate in this drafting committee. But I think as Lebanese scholar, you know better the case than I know.
Yeah, just to add something to the idea of human rights and their origin in the American Declaration. I think it's very interesting that you brought up this, because we have to think different from institutional forms of religion and those movements of religion, like it was the American Protestantism, the Pilgrim Fathers, and so on. And also within Luther's Reformation times, there was a left wing who was totally different from the then later on development of Lutheran churches. And this spiritual freedom, I think it's very important to see that this is an impact of the thought which can be developed further. And this is also what I mean with the systematic outline possibilities of an idea. So we have to to look also of the history of ideas. And I think Georg Jelinek was the one who pointed out that the origin of religious freedom is indeed in the American different Protestantism movements. And I think there is much convinced, I'm much convinced of this, of his thesis.
So it was Roger Williams, 1664, writing a text where he was originally a Mennonite and then became a Baptist. And this was the basis then for installing the constitution in Rhode Island with a strict separation of state and religion, and also giving other communities, religious communities, actually stimulating them to come, other sects.
Yeah.
That was later. Yeah. But Rhode Island was the first experiment.
And also Hans Joas is pointing out that we have to consider that this human rights movement is not only the French Declaration of Independence, and which was more or less secular, but the religious origins which came out in America.
Professor Chalampuni.
Thank you. Very briefly, just because Pantelis also asked us biblical scholars somehow to respond to his first part of the paper. Pantelis, I fully agree that especially in the Gospels, we have this personal encounter, which is very important, but even the Acts, Paul's calling and so on. But even in cases where we have a kind of, let's say, of a group accepting the message of the gospel, like Pentecost. Pentecost is a very interesting case where you have groups entering. I think even there, the point is that you can enter this new kingdom of God without abolishing your ethnic, of course, identity, but becoming a new community, because that's very important also to I think that's important what, from my perspective, New Testament shows that you have the individual, you have this personal encounter, but then you have also this community feeling, which is also very important. I mean, that does not abolish somehow the value of the person, of the individual, or the value of, let's say, of human rights. On the contrary. And thank you very much for showing the second example of Saint Maria. It's really very strange nowadays that the Orthodox Church somehow acknowledges women as saints. There are too few nowadays, and I think that it was a very really a surprise, a happy surprise that the Ecumenical Patriarchate decided acknowledge Saint Maria as a saint, because it was a very provocative case. But I think that's very interesting. There is hope for women also in the Orthodox Church. Thank you.
Thank you too for your remarks.
Yeah. What's this?
So one more remark about the faults of God that you say, Padelis. I think it's important to keep in mind, and this connects us with the previous presentation with Nikos, that Asia, especially India, is very rich in tradition of fools of God. So actually we must take into consideration that this is not only Orthodox phenomenon, it's typical of Central Asia. And also it gives us a hint that the pre-modern society was not so uniform as we tend to say today, that everything was a big community and everything was fine. There were many exceptions, and simply from many of them we just don't have any record, or we have some records like the cases of fools of God. So let's just think about it for the future. Thanks.
Thank you for this remark.
Yeah, the program says now conclusion. And I could say curtain down and many questions open. But I rather express the hope that this conference has stimulated you in your thought on the issue of individual and community, and that you feel enriched by each other, the contributions, the discussions, the questions, and then perhaps also that you go and have some answers, but also many questions, so that you are not getting lazy on Monday and go on with working with your brain. You see, I'm already preparing now for the dinner and the good Greek wine. And we make a picture, a photo.
Yeah, but before
Okay.
this,
So therefore, I already thanked at the beginning. I thank Kostis, and I thank you who have been working in the background. I thank those who prepared the water and the coffee, and I thank Wallace Academy for preparing the location. And I wish you now a safe return, and hope I hope really that you keep a good memory of this event.
That's very important. Just to say, first of all, thank you to Hans-Peter Grosshans for his very substantial help on everything. From my side, I would like to thank all my colleagues at Volos Academy, Kostis, Valila, Claire, Panagiotis, our technician, the technical staff here of the conference center, Ilias Katikos, who is sitting there, the ladies and the gentlemen who serve us the coffee, etc., etc. The volunteers, Theodora and Julia, our staff in the library, Konstantinos Antagisilos, I don't know if Nikolos Asproulis, Father Philoktimon. So all, if I forget someone, please forgive me. Hans-Peter said at some point yesterday or today that people who travel, who has plane tickets, they have to contact him directly for their reimbursement.
If I did not give you an envelope with a formula, then you should come to me.
The other people who moved here by bus or by car, etc., they have to contact Volos Academy. We will reimburse them. And the speakers, you will receive an email from Hans-Peter and from me regarding the publication.
Yeah, we plan to publish this also in open access, again in this Brill journeying series on Eastern on Orthodox theologies, in which the first book was also published.
Okay, and tomorrow. Yes, yeah, that's.
We have to talk about this, and then we will write you a letter, an email. And no.
Also, today's speakers did send me your drafts in order to make the press release.
Yes.
Just I need 2 or 3 phrases for the press.
Okay. Okay, don't forget that we have the family photo. And tomorrow morning at 8:30 or 9, this is the Divine Liturgy at St. Constantine and Helena Church on the seaside. And so I think that's it. So thank you to everyone.